Welcome to Quiet Law YouTube channel. Throughout the vast expanse of human history, spanning tens of thousands of years across every continent and culture, people have developed rituals and traditions that can seem bewildering to modern eyes. These practices, born from ancient beliefs, fears, hopes, and attempts to make sense of an unpredictable world, reveal the extraordinary diversity of human thought and behavior. Some traditions were designed to honor the dead, others to communicate with gods or ancestors. Some sought to bring rain, ensure fertile harvests, or protect communities from unseen dangers. Many have faded into obscurity, remembered only through archaeological fragments and scattered historical records. This is a journey through 100 of history's strangest traditions. Not the familiar customs you might read about in textbooks, but the obscure, the peculiar, the practices that make us pause and wonder what drove our ancestors to such lengths. These are not stories of madness or primitive superstition, but rather windows into different ways of understanding existence, death, power, and the sacred. Each tradition made perfect sense within its own context, serving purposes both practical and spiritual for the people who practice them. As we move through these traditions, we will travel from the earliest days of human civilization to practices that persisted into relatively recent times. We will encounter cultures separated by vast oceans and millennia, yet sometimes strikingly similar in their approaches to life's great mysteries. This is boring history, told slowly and carefully, perfect for letting your mind wander as sleep approaches. Let us begin at the very beginning, with humanity's first attempts to create meaning through ritual. In the ancient settlement of Çatalhöyük, located in what is now central Turkey, people lived in densely packed mud brick houses around 7,000 years ago. This was one of the earliest urban centers in human history, home to perhaps 8,000 people at its peak. The people of Çatalhöyük had an unusual relationship with their dead, but even more unusual was their practice of exposing corpses to vultures before burial. Archaeological evidence suggests that bodies were taken outside the settlement to special areas where vultures would strip the flesh from the bones. Only after this process of excarnation was complete would the cleaned bones be brought back into the settlement. Often these bones were buried directly beneath the floors of houses, literally making the dead part of the foundation of daily life. The vultures themselves held special significance and appear frequently in wall paintings throughout the site, depicted as large birds hovering over headless human figures. This practice likely served both practical and spiritual purposes. Practically, it prevented disease and decay within the living spaces. Spiritually, the vultures may have been seen as psychopomps, creatures that carried the souls of the dead to another realm, or perhaps purified the body for its journey to the afterlife. The Natufian people lived in the Levant region, in areas that are now Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria, between 15,000 and 11,000 years ago. They were among the first human groups to transition from a purely nomadic lifestyle to more settled communities, and they developed elaborate burial customs that focused intensely on the human skull. After someone died and had been buried for a period of time, the Natufians would return to the grave, excavate it, and carefully remove the skull while leaving the rest of the skeleton in place. These skulls were then kept, curated, and sometimes decorated or plastered. Some skulls show evidence of having been painted or adorned. They were likely kept in homes or special communal buildings, serving as a physical connection to deceased ancestors. This practice suggests a belief that the essence of a person resided particularly in the head, and that maintaining the skull allowed the living to maintain a relationship with the dead. The careful selection and preservation of certain skulls, but not others, indicates that this honor was not universal, but reserved for specific individuals, perhaps family heads, leaders, or people of particular importance to the community. The Natufian skull cult represents one of humanity's earliest known practices of ancestor veneration, a tradition that would echo through countless later cultures. Among the Olmec civilization of ancient Mesoamerica, which flourished between roughly 1500 and 400 BCE in what is now southern Mexico, there existed a profound religious focus on a mysterious hybrid creature, part human and part jaguar. The Olmec are often considered the mother culture of later Mesoamerican civilizations, and their were jaguar cult influenced religious thought in the region for thousands of years. Olmec art is filled with depictions of infants and adults with distinctly feline features, including downturned mouths, fangs, and almond-shaped eyes. These were jaguars appear in monumental stone sculptures, in small jade figurines, and in cave paintings. The exact meaning of these figures remains debated, but they likely represent a mythological origin story in which a human woman mated with a jaguar, producing a race of supernatural beings. Jaguars were the most powerful predators in the Olmec environment, moving between the world of the forest and the water, hunting by day and night. This liminal nature may have made them seem like beings that existed between worlds, perfect symbols for shamans or rulers who mediated between the human and spirit realms. Some scholars believe that Olmec rulers claimed descent from these were-jaguars to legitimize their power, while others suggest the figures represent transformed shamans or gods. Rituals likely involved ceremonial use of jaguar pelts, offerings left in caves associated with the underworld, and possibly bloodletting ceremonies to honor or invoke these powerful hybrid beings. The Dogon people of Mali in West Africa maintain an astronomical tradition, so ancient and precise that it has puzzled anthropologists for decades. Every 60 years, the Dogon hold the Sigoué ceremony, a massive festival that marks the renewal of the world and the arrival of a new generation. The ceremony is specifically timed to the orbit of Sirius B, the white dwarf companion star of Sirius, which has an orbital period of approximately 50 years. The remarkable aspect is that Sirius B is invisible to the naked eye and was not confirmed by Western astronomy until the mid-20th century. Yet the Dogon have known of its existence and orbital period for centuries, perhaps millennia. Their cosmology describes Sirius B as extremely heavy, made of a substance heavier than all the iron on Earth, a description remarkably accurate for a white dwarf star. During the Sigoué ceremony, which can last for years, the Dogon create elaborate masks, perform ritual dances, and pass down sacred knowledge from the oldest generation to the youngest adults. The ceremony involves the entire community and neighboring Dogon villages, with each village taking turns hosting portions of the festival. The origin of the Dogon's astronomical knowledge remains mysterious. Some researchers suggest it was obtained through ancient contact with outsiders who possessed advanced astronomical instruments, while others argue it was developed through the Dogon's own careful observations over many generations. Regardless of its source, the Sigoué ceremony represents a continuous thread of ritual practice extending back into the depths of prehistory. The Etruscans, who flourished in central Italy before the rise of Rome, developed a sophisticated system of divination based on examining the livers of sacrificed animals. This practice, known as haruspicy, was performed by specially trained priests called haruspices. When important decisions needed to be made, whether to go to war, where to build a temple, or how to interpret unusual natural phenomena, an animal, usually a sheep, would be sacrificed and its liver carefully examined. The Etruscans believed that the liver was the seat of the soul and the center of life, making it a microcosm of the cosmos itself. Different regions of the liver corresponded to different gods and different aspects of heavenly influence. A haruspice would look for irregularities, discolorations, unusual shapes, or other abnormalities in the liver's structure. These signs would then be interpreted according to complex traditional frameworks passed down through generations of practitioners. Bronze models of livers have been discovered, covered in inscriptions that divide the organ into sections, each labeled with the name of a deity. These served as teaching tools for apprentice haruspices. The practice was so respected that Romans later adopted it from the Etruscans, and Roman emperors regularly consulted haruspices before major undertakings. The tradition persisted for over 1,000 years, from at least the 8th century BCE well into the Christian era, representing one of the longest continuously practiced forms of divination in Western history. The Hittite Empire, which dominated much of Anatolia and the Near East during the 2nd millennium BCE, had an unusual solution when their king became ill or when their kingdom faced existential threats. They would appoint a substitute king, a stand-in who would temporarily assume the throne while the Rayol king stepped aside. This practice, known as the substitute king ritual, was based on the belief that the god's anger was directed at the person occupying the throne. By placing someone else on the throne, the divine wrath would be redirected away from the actual ruler. The substitute was typically a condemned criminal or prisoner of war, someone whose life was already forfeit. This person would be dressed in royal regalia, seated on the throne, and treated as king for a prescribed period, usually 100 days. During this time, the Rayol king would perform rituals of purification and wait for the danger to pass. At the end of the substitution period, the substitute king would be executed, theoretically taking the curse or divine anger with him to the underworld. The Rayol king would then resume the throne, ritually cleansed and protected. This practice was not unique to the Hittites. Similar substitute king rituals are documented in ancient Mesopotamia and other Near Eastern cultures, suggesting a widespread belief in the transferability of royal misfortune and the power of ritual substitution to manipulate fate. In the ancient Vedic tradition of India, dating back at least 3,000 years and forming the foundation of later Hindu practice, priests prepared and consumed a mysterious substance called soma. The preparation and drinking of soma was central to Vedic ritual, mentioned in hundreds of hymns in the Rig Veda, the oldest of the Hindu scriptures. Soma was simultaneously a plant, a drink extracted from that plant, and a deity. The ritual of preparing soma was elaborate and precise. The plant would be gathered, pressed between stones, strained through wool, mixed with water and milk, and then offered to the gods and consumed by priests and participants. The effects of soma were described as producing feelings of immortality, divine inspiration, physical strength, and heightened awareness. Those who drank it felt they could commune directly with the gods and perceive hidden truths. The identity of the actual plant used has been lost to history, making soma one of archaeology's great mysteries. Scholars have proposed dozens of candidates, including various species of ephedra, cannabis, mushrooms containing psilocybin, and even Syrian rue. Each theory has its proponents and weaknesses. What seems clear is that soma was psychoactive, and that its effects were central to Vedic religious experience. The ritual surrounding soma was not casual, but highly structured, with specific mantras to be recited, specific times and places for the ceremony, and strict rules about who could prepare and consume it. As Vedic culture evolved into classical Hinduism, the soma ritual gradually fell out of practice, and the knowledge of which plant was used was lost, though the hymns praising soma remain as testimony to its once central importance. The Luwian people inhabited large portions of Anatolia during the Late Bronze Age and Early Iron Age, contemporary with and sometimes overlapping the Hittites. The Luwians left behind an extensive collection of rock carvings featuring a unique hieroglyphic script, carved into cliff faces, boulders, and rock outcroppings throughout what is now Turkey. These were not merely practical records, but served important ritual and religious functions. Many of the carved sites appear to have been sacred places, locations where natural features such as springs, unusual rock formations, or dramatic viewpoints were marked and sanctified through carving. The hieroglyphs often accompany images of gods, kings, and processions. Some sites show evidence of having been destinations for pilgrimages, with worn paths leading to them and evidence of offerings left nearby. The act of carving into living rock may have been seen as a way of making a permanent connection between the human and divine realms, or between the present and eternity. Rock was eternal in a way that wooden structures or clay tablets were not. By inscribing their prayers, dedications, and sacred images into stone, the Luwians ensured that their messages would persist indefinitely. Some carvings mark important events, such as military victories or the construction of temples, while others seem to be personal dedications or boundary markers. The tradition of creating these hieroglyphic rock carvings continued for centuries, creating a scattered sacred landscape where the divine presence was literally written into the geography itself. In Choco Canyon, in what is now northwestern New Mexico, between approximately 850 and 1150 CE, the ancestral Puebloan people built a remarkable complex of great houses, kivas, and most intriguingly, an extensive network of roads. These roads, often perfectly straight and up to 30 feet wide, radiated out from Choco Canyon for dozens of miles in multiple directions, connecting the canyon to outlying communities. What makes these roads particularly strange is that the Chocoans had no wheeled vehicles and no beasts of burden. The roads were not necessary for trade or practical transportation. Instead, they appear to have served primarily ceremonial purposes, functioning as pilgrimage routes. Archaeological evidence suggests that people from communities throughout the region made ritual journeys to Choco Canyon, particularly during important astronomical events, such as the summer and winter solstices. They would travel these roads, which were sometimes cut through solid rock or built up with walls along their sides, arriving at the great houses to participate in ceremonies, exchange goods, and participate in ritual feasting. Some roads lead to shrine-like features on hilltops, or to places with no apparent practical destination. The straightness of the roads, maintained even when it would have been easier to curve around obstacles, suggests symbolic importance. These may have represented cosmological paths, connections between the earthly realm and the sky, or ritual reenactments of sacred journeys described in Puebloan mythology. The effort required to build these roads was enormous, yet they persisted in constructing them, suggesting that the act of making the pilgrimage, of walking the sacred path, was itself ritually essential. In the kingdom of Kerma, which flourished in Nubia, in what is now Sudan, between approximately 2500 and 1500 BCE, the ruling elite built massive pyramid tombs for themselves. These pyramids were smaller than their famous Egyptian counterparts to the north, but no less impressive in their construction and the rituals associated with them. What makes the Kerma pyramids particularly striking is the evidence of mass human sacrifice during royal funerals. Archaeological excavations have revealed burial chambers containing not only the deceased ruler, but dozens, sometimes hundreds, of other individuals. These included servants, guards, craftspeople, and possibly family members. The positioning of the bodies and the lack of signs of violence on many of the skeletons has led some researchers to suggest that these individuals may have been ritually drugged or poisoned and then laid to rest around their ruler. Other evidence suggests some may have been buried alive. The purpose of these accompanying burials was likely to provide the deceased ruler with a full retinue in the afterlife, ensuring they would continue to live in the same splendor and power they had enjoyed in life. This practice reflects a worldview in which the afterlife was understood as a direct continuation of earthly existence, requiring all the same accoutrements, servants, and companions. The Kerma culture existed at a crossroads between African and Mediterranean civilizations, and their burial practices show influences from Egypt while maintaining distinct Nubian characteristics. As Egyptian power expanded southward, the Kerma culture eventually declined, and these pyramid burials ceased, but they stand as testimony to a civilization that believed so strongly in the continuation of hierarchy beyond death that they were willing to send entire communities into the tomb alongside their leaders. As human societies grew more complex, so too did their relationships with death and the deceased. Death was rarely seen as a simple ending, but rather as a transition, a doorway, or the beginning of a different kind of existence. The living maintained connections with the dead through elaborate rituals, careful preservation of remains, and ceremonies that could last days, months, or even years. In some cultures, the dead remained active participants in family life. In others, they required constant attention and appeasement. What follows are traditions that reveal how various peoples refused to accept death as a final separation, instead weaving the departed into the ongoing fabric of daily existence. During the Victorian era, particularly in the mid to late 1800s, photography was a new and expensive technology that most families could afford only rarely. For many people, The only photograph ever taken of them was made after they had died. This led to the widespread practice of post-mortem photography, also known as memento mori photography. When someone died, particularly a child, the family would arrange for a photographer to come to the home to create a lasting image of the deceased. The bodies would be posed carefully, often propped in sitting positions or arranged in bed as if sleeping. In some cases, eyes were painted onto the closed eyelids to make the deceased appear alive. Children were frequently photographed with their living siblings or parents, positioned as naturally as possible. Some photographs show the deceased holding flowers or books, dressed in their finest clothes. For infants who died very young, as tragically many did in that era before modern medicine, these photographs might be the only visual record the family would ever have of that child. The practice was not considered morbid at the time, but rather a precious way to preserve memory. Photography studios advertised post-mortem services prominently, and photographers would arrive within hours of death to capture the image before decomposition began. These photographs were treasured, displayed in homes, carried in lockets, and reproduced for extended family members. The practice gradually declined in the early 20th century as photography became more affordable and common, allowing families to have photographs of their loved ones taken during life. But for several decades, death photography served as a bridge between the living and the dead, a way to hold on to the physical appearance of those who had passed, creating permanent visual memories in an age when memory was all families had left. The Toraja people of the mountainous highlands of Sulawesi in Indonesia have developed one of the world's most elaborate and extended funeral traditions. When someone dies in Toraja culture, they are not immediately considered dead in the final sense. Instead, they are referred to as a person who is sick or a person who is asleep. The body is treated with preservatives and kept in the family home, sometimes for months or even years, while the family saves money and makes preparations for the funeral ceremony. During this time, the deceased is still considered a member of the household. Food may be symbolically offered, and family members speak to the body as they would a living person. The funeral itself, called a ramba solo, is an enormous undertaking that can last for days or even weeks. Hundreds or thousands of guests may attend, and the family is expected to provide elaborate feasts with dozens or hundreds of buffalo and pigs sacrificed. The more important the deceased, the more animals must be killed, and the more elaborate the ceremony must be. The animals are believed to accompany the deceased to the afterlife, serving as guides and provisions. After days of feasting, dancing, and ritual, the body is finally taken to its resting place, which might be a cave carved into a cliff face, a stone tomb, or a hanging grave. But even burial does not end the relationship with the dead. Every few years, during a ceremony called manene, families exhume their deceased relatives, clean the bodies, change their clothes, and parade them around the village before returning them to their resting places. The dead remain family members who require care and attention, and maintaining these relationships is believed to bring blessings and protection to the living. This extended process of dying reflects a worldview in which death is not an instant transformation, but a gradual journey, one that the living help guide and support. In Tibet and in Tibetan communities throughout the Himalayas and Mongolia, a practice known as sky burial or celestial burial has been performed for more than 1,000 years. When someone dies, the body is taken to a designated location, usually a flat hilltop or mountainside, where specialists called rojayapas perform the ritual. The body is laid out and methodically dismembered with specific cuts and procedures that have been refined over centuries. The pieces are then left exposed for vultures, which are considered sacred birds in Tibetan Buddhism. The vultures consume the entire body, ideally leaving nothing behind. This practice is deeply rooted in Tibetan Buddhist philosophy. The body is viewed as an empty vessel once the consciousness has departed. In the Tibetan tradition, consciousness leaves the body at the moment of death and enters an intermediate state called the bardo before being reborn. The empty vessel serves one final purpose, providing sustenance to other living beings. This is considered a final act of generosity and compassion. The vultures are not seen as scavengers, but as dakinis, or angels, who carry the deceased's remains back to the heavens. The practice is also practical in a landscape where the ground is often frozen solid, making traditional burial difficult, and where wood is scarce, making cremation expensive. Sky burial represents the ultimate expression of non-attachment to the physical body and the Buddhist principle of impermanence. Watching the body return to the elements, becoming food for birds who will fly across the sky, is understood as a powerful lesson about the temporary nature of all physical existence. The ritual continues today, though it is now sometimes performed more privately due to the intrusion of tourists seeking to photograph the ceremonies, an intrusion that many Tibetans find deeply disrespectful to what is meant to be a sacred family moment. The ancient Egyptians are famous for mummifying their dead, particularly pharaohs and the wealthy elite, but less well known is the extraordinary extent to which they mummified animals. Millions of animal mummies have been discovered in Egypt, representing dozens of species. Some were beloved pets, buried with their owners to provide companionship in the afterlife. Others were sacred animals associated with specific gods, such as the Apis bulls of Memphis, each believed to be a living incarnation of the god Ptah. When these sacred animals died, they were mummified with the same care as royalty and entombed in elaborate underground galleries. But the vast majority of animal mummies served a different purpose entirely. They were offerings to the gods, purchased by pilgrims who visited temple sites. If you wanted to send a prayer to the god Thoth, you might purchase a mummified ibis or baboon, animals sacred to that deity. The animal would be killed, mummified, and deposited in special catacombs associated with Thoth's temple. Archaeological excavations have revealed underground tunnels containing hundreds of thousands of mummified ibises stacked floor to ceiling. Similar catacombs exist for cats, associated with the goddess Botet, for crocodiles, hawks, dogs, and many other species. Some sites show evidence of what can only be described as ancient animal mummification industries, with breeding facilities and workers who did nothing but raise, kill, mummify, and store these animals for sale to pilgrims. CT scans of animal mummies have revealed that not all were what they claimed to be. Some ibis mummies contain only a few feathers. Some cat mummies contain the bones of multiple animals, or no bones at all, just padding. Whether this was fraud, or whether partial remains were considered sufficient for ritual purposes remains debated. The scale of animal mummification in Egypt is staggering, representing millions of animals over thousands of years, all killed and preserved to serve as messengers between humans and the divine. The Garifuna people, descendants of West African, Carib, and Arawak peoples who now live primarily along the Caribbean coasts of Central America, have preserved a unique funeral tradition called the Punta Dance. When someone dies, the community gathers for a ceremony that combines mourning with celebration. The punta is a rhythmic dance accompanied by drums, traditionally performed to honor the deceased and ensure their spirit's safe passage to the afterlife. The dancing is vigorous and can last for hours or even days, with community members taking turns on the dance floor while others drum, sing, and provide support. The rhythm is hypnotic and driving, and dancers move their hips in rapid, rotating motions while their upper bodies remain relatively still. This is not a solemn, quiet funeral, but a loud, energetic event that celebrates the deceased's life, while also helping to exhaust the grief of the mourners. The Garifuna believe that the ancestors remain present and watchful, and that they must be honored and appeased through ritual. The punta dance serves multiple purposes. It allows the community to express grief through physical exertion. It celebrates the continuation of cultural traditions that connect the living Garifuna to their African ancestors. It provides a space for the community to come together and support the bereaved family. And it ensures that the deceased is sent off properly, with the attention and honor they deserve. In recent decades, variations of the punta dance have been adapted into popular music in Central America, but the traditional funeral punta remains a sacred practice, performed specifically in the context of death and ancestor veneration, maintaining its spiritual significance even as secular versions have emerged. On the Italian island of Sardinia, particularly in the central mountainous regions, there existed until relatively recently a practice of carrying the bones of deceased family members. After a body had been buried for the appropriate time and the flesh had decomposed, family members would exhume the bones. Certain bones, particularly small ones that could be easily carried, would be kept by family members. These might be kept in special pouches or pockets, carried on the person, or kept in the home. This practice served as a physical connection to deceased ancestors, a tangible reminder of family lineage and the presence of the dead in daily life. The bones were treated with reverence, sometimes taken out and spoken to, asked for guidance or protection. When someone traveled, they might take a small ancestral bone with them for protection on the journey. The practice reflects a worldview in which the physical remains of the dead retained a connection to the person's spirit or essence, and maintaining close proximity to these remains maintained the relationship between the living and the dead. The Catholic Church officially disapproved of such practices, viewing them as superstitious or pagan holdovers. But in remote mountain villages, the tradition persisted for centuries. It was only in the mid-20th century, as Sardinia became more connected to mainland Italy, and as modern burial practices became standardized and regulated, that the practice of carrying ancestral bones finally faded away. Even today, however, some older Sardinians remember grandparents or great-grandparents who kept small bones of their own parents or grandparents, maintaining a physical connection across the barrier of death. In the mountainous regions of southern China, particularly among the Yao people and related ethnic groups, a remarkable burial tradition developed involving placing coffins high on cliff faces. When someone of importance died, their coffin would be carried up steep mountain paths, sometimes using rope and pulley systems, to be placed in natural caves or on wooden platforms driven into the cliff face, hundreds of feet above the valley floor. Some coffins were placed in natural fissures in the rock. Others were placed on elaborate wooden structures that extended out from the cliff. The higher the coffin could be placed, the greater the honor to the deceased and the greater the presumed benefit to their afterlife journey. This practice required enormous effort and skill. Teams of men would spend days or even weeks preparing the site, carving footholds, driving supports into cracks in the rock, and building platforms that could hold the weight of a wooden coffin and the body inside. The reasons for this practice are multiple. Height was associated with the heavens and with the divine. Placing the dead high up was seen as helping them ascend to the celestial realm. The inaccessibility of the graves also protected them from disturbance by animals or grave robbers. Additionally, the positions of these hanging coffins made them visible from the valleys below, serving as constant reminders of the ancestors watching over the living. Some coffin sites are over 1,000 years old, with dozens of coffins placed at different heights and locations on the same cliff face. Many remain in place today, weathered by centuries of rain and sun, but still intact, mysterious wooden boxes hanging impossibly high on sheer rock walls. The tradition has largely died out, but the coffins remain, puzzling to tourists and archaeologists alike, testimony to a people who believed that the best way to honor their dead was to place them as close to the sky as human effort could achieve. In the Udmurt culture of the Volga region in Russia, there existed an unusual tradition regarding young people who died before marriage. Because marriage was seen as an essential life transition, someone who died unmarried was considered incomplete, stuck in a liminal state that was potentially dangerous both to their own spirit and to the living. To remedy this, families would arrange a posthumous wedding. If a young man died, his family might arrange for him to be symbolically married to a young woman who had also died unmarried. The ceremony would take place at the graveyard, often with the families of both deceased in attendance. Prayers would be said, vows would be spoken on behalf of the dead, and the two graves would sometimes be marked as belonging to a married couple. In some cases, if a suitable deceased partner could not be found, a living person might stand in for the symbolic wedding before the body was buried, with the understanding that this was purely ceremonial and created no real obligation for the living person. The The practice served multiple purposes. It completed the social development of the deceased, allowing them to move on to the afterlife with the proper status. It eased the grief of parents who would have hoped to see their children marry, and it prevented the restless spirits of unmarried dead from causing trouble for the living. Similar practices existed in various forms across Eastern Europe and parts of Asia, reflecting a widespread belief that certain life stages were so important that they needed to be completed even after death. The tradition persisted in some remote Udmurt communities into the early 20th century, gradually fading as traditional beliefs gave way to Soviet-era policies that discouraged such practices. The Palong people of the Shan Highlands, in what is now Myanmar, developed a distinctive burial practice involving bamboo cages. When someone died, rather than placing the body in a wooden coffin or burying it directly in the ground, the body would be placed in a large cage woven from bamboo. These cages were roughly cylindrical, tall enough to contain a body in a seated or curled position, with bamboo strips woven tightly enough to contain the body, but with gaps that would allow air and moisture to pass through. The cage would then be suspended from trees or placed on a raised platform in a designated burial area away from the village. The body would be left to decompose naturally, exposed to the elements, but protected from large scavengers by the bamboo cage. This process allowed the body to return to nature gradually, while still maintaining a defined space for the deceased. After sufficient time had passed for the body to fully decompose, which might take a year or more depending on climate conditions, family members would return to the site. The bones would be collected from inside the bamboo cage, cleaned, and then either buried in the ground or placed in a special communal charnel house where the bones of many deceased were kept together. The bamboo cage itself would be left to decay or sometimes burned in a small ritual fire. This two-stage burial practice reflects beliefs about the different components of human existence. The flesh, being temporary and corruptible, was allowed to decompose and return to the natural cycle. The bones, being more permanent, required more formal and lasting disposition. The practice also reflects practical considerations in a tropical climate where rapid decomposition made immediate burial preferable to keeping bodies in the village. The bamboo cage provided a culturally appropriate way to allow decomposition to occur while still maintaining respect and a degree of containment for the deceased. The Tsimshian people of the Pacific Northwest coast of North America, in what is now British Columbia and Alaska, were part of the complex potlatch cultures of that region. These were societies with elaborate hierarchies, where status was demonstrated and competed for through ceremonial gift-giving. When a high-status person died, their funeral would become the occasion for a massive potlatch, a gathering where the deceased's family would give away or deliberately destroy enormous amounts of valuable goods. The most dramatic of these involved copper plates, called coppers, which were highly valued items shaped like shields, made from hammered copper and marked with distinctive designs. These coppers could represent immense value, equivalent to hundreds of blankets or other trade goods. During a funeral potlatch for a particularly important chief, a copper might be ceremonially broken into pieces, with the pieces given away to rival chiefs and important guests, or even thrown into the sea. This destruction represented the ultimate display of wealth and status. It demonstrated that the deceased was so important, and the family so wealthy, that they could afford to destroy items of incredible value in honor of the dead. The practice created or reinforced social hierarchies and obligations. Those who received pieces of the broken copper were obligated to reciprocate with even greater displays at their own future potlatches. Those who witnessed the copper breaking had to acknowledge the status and power of the family that could afford such destruction. The Canadian and American governments banned potlatch ceremonies in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, viewing them as wasteful and economically irrational, but the ban was widely ignored and resisted. When the potlatch was finally re-legalized in the mid-20th century, copper-breaking ceremonies were revived, though full coppers had become rare and expensive. Today, the tradition continues in modified forms, with the fundamental principle remaining the same: honoring the dead by demonstrating the wealth, status, and cultural commitment of the living family. Throughout human history, pain has served as more than something to be avoided. In countless cultures, deliberate suffering became a pathway to transformation, a test of worthiness, a sacrifice to the divine, or a demonstration of courage and maturity. These practices were not acts of cruelty, but deeply meaningful rituals that marked transitions, earned status, or fulfilled sacred obligations. The willingness to endure pain, often voluntarily and with community witness, separated children from adults, proved devotion to gods, or honored ancestors and spirits. What follows are traditions where pain was not an unfortunate side effect, but the essential element, where suffering was transformed into something sacred, meaningful, and transformative. The Lakota people of the Great Plains practiced one of the most spiritually significant ceremonies in Native American culture, the Sun Dance. This multi-day ceremony, held during summer, involved the entire community and served purposes of renewal, healing, and thanksgiving. The most dramatic aspect of the Sun Dance was the piercing ritual undertaken by men who had made vows to the spirits. After days of fasting, prayer, and preparation, these men would have wooden skewers inserted through the skin of their chest or back. Rawhide ropes attached to these skewers would then be tied either to a central pole, if the piercing was through the chest, or to buffalo skulls dragged behind, if the piercing was through the back. The dancers would then pull against these tethers, leaning back with their full weight, dancing and praying, sometimes for hours, until eventually the skewers tore through the skin, freeing them. The pain was immense and intentional. It was understood as a sacrifice, giving flesh and suffering to the spirits in exchange for visions, healing for sick relatives, or blessings for the community. The Sun Dance was not undertaken lightly. Men prepared for months, or even years, before making the commitment to pierce. The scars left behind were worn with pride, visible proof of devotion and sacrifice. The ceremony also included those who danced without piercing, women and men who participated in other ways, and the entire community who supported the dancers through their ordeal. The United States and Canadian governments banned the Sun Dance in the late 19th century as part of broader efforts to suppress Native American culture and religion. The ban lasted until the 1930s in the United States, and even longer in Canada. During the Prohibition, some communities continued to practice the Sun Dance in secret. When it was finally re-legalized, there was a revival and resurgence. Today, the Sun Dance continues in Lakota and other Plains nations, maintaining its sacred character and its central element of sacrificial suffering as a path to spiritual connection and communal renewal. In ancient Sparta, boys were taken from their families at age 7 and placed into the agoge, a brutal state-run education and training system designed to produce perfect warriors. The agoge lasted until age 20 and involved deliberate deprivation, harsh discipline, and systematic violence. One of the most notorious aspects was the diamastigosis, an annual whipping ceremony held at the altar of Artemis Orthia. Boys and young men would be whipped, sometimes to the point of death, while spectators watched. The ceremony tested endurance and willingness to suffer without crying out or showing weakness. According to ancient sources, boys competed to see who could endure the most lashes without flinching, and some died from the beating. This was considered an honorable death, demonstrating perfect Spartan courage. The practice served multiple purposes within Spartan culture. It honored the goddess Artemis with blood sacrifice. It identified which young men possessed the extraordinary pain tolerance that would serve them in battle. It reinforced the Spartan value system that placed endurance, courage, and loyalty to the state above individual comfort or even survival. The ceremony also served as public spectacle. By the Roman period, the whipping ritual had become a tourist attraction, with amphitheater seating built around the altar, so that visitors could watch Spartan youths prove their legendary toughness. The Romans found the practice fascinating and barbaric in equal measure, unable to comprehend a culture that would deliberately inflict such suffering on its own youth as part of normal education. The practice continued for centuries, eventually being banned in the early Christian period. but it remains one of history's most extreme examples of systematic, culturally sanctioned violence as a path to social acceptance and prestige. The Fulani people, spread across West Africa from Senegal to Cameroon, practice a rite of passage called shero or shoddy, in which young men compete in a test of pain endurance. When a young man wishes to marry, or when he wants to prove his courage and maturity, he participates in the shero ceremony. Two young men, often rivals for the same woman or simply competitors demonstrating their toughness, face each other before the assembled community. Each takes turns being beaten with a long cane or stick, often across the chest, ribs, and back. The young man being beaten must stand still, showing no sign of pain, no flinch, no cry. His face should remain impassive, as if the blows meant nothing. Meanwhile, the young man doing the beating strikes with full force, sometimes running to build momentum before delivering the blow. After a set number of strikes, the roles reverse. The ceremony continues until a winner is determined, either by one man showing pain, stepping back, or being unable to continue, or by judges determining that one has shown superior endurance. The young man who endures best wins the right to marry the woman in question, or earns increased status and respect in the community. The shero is not a private ordeal, but a major social event. Hundreds of people may gather to watch, including eligible young women, who will judge the young men's worthiness based on their performance. Drummers provide rhythm, and the atmosphere can be festive despite the violence. The young men paint their bodies and dress elaborately before the contest, turning themselves into spectacles. They may drink herbal preparations believed to increase pain tolerance or protective charms. The practice has persisted into the present day, though it has sometimes been discouraged by government authorities and has been modified in some areas to reduce the severity of the beating. Nevertheless, in many Fulani communities, the shero remains an important rite of passage, a public demonstration that a boy has become a man capable of enduring suffering without complaint. In South India and in Hindu communities throughout the world, devotees of the goddess Mariamman, a deity associated with rain, fertility, and disease prevention, engage in fire-walking ceremonies, particularly during festival periods. After days or weeks of preparation involving fasting, prayer, and purification rituals, devotees walk across beds of hot coals, sometimes several meters long. The coals are prepared carefully, burned down from large wood fires until they glow red hot. The surface temperature can exceed several hundred degrees. Devotees, often barefoot and in states of trance or heightened religious ecstasy, walk across these coals at a steady pace. Some walk once, others walk back and forth multiple times. The practice is understood as a demonstration of faith and devotion. Those with sufficient faith and proper spiritual preparation will not be burned. The goddess Mariamman, if pleased with the devotees' devotion, will protect their feet from harm. In practice, many firewalkers do emerge unburned, while others sustain blisters or burns. The successful completion of the fire walk is seen as a blessing, a sign that one's prayers have been heard, one's sins forgiven, or one's requests granted. The ceremony is also performed for healing, with devotees walking through fire to cure illness or to fulfill vows made during times of distress. The fire walking takes place during larger festivals that involve processions, offerings, and animal sacrifices. Thousands of people may participate or watch. The atmosphere is charged with devotion, drumming, and religious fervor. While physics can explain how rapid walking across coals reduces heat transfer and how the Leidenfrost effect provides some protection, for the participants and observers, the explanation is spiritual. The fire does not burn those whom the goddess protects, and walking through flames becomes a direct, visceral experience of divine presence and power. In the Basque region of Spain, particularly in certain villages in Navarre, a practice called zakiro, or self-flagellation, was performed during Holy Week, the week leading up to Easter. Groups of penitents, usually men, would form processions through village streets, whipping their own backs with multi-tailed scourges or with nettles and thorns. Some would beat themselves until their backs were bloody. The practice was understood as an imitation of Christ's suffering during his passion, a physical participation in the pain of crucifixion. By inflicting suffering upon themselves, the penitents believed they could atone for their sins, demonstrate their devotion, or fulfill vows made during times of crisis. The public nature of the self-flagellation was important. This was not private penance, but communal ritual. Neighbors, family, and the broader community would watch the processions, and the willingness to publicly demonstrate one's penitence and devotion was itself meaningful. The practice had deep medieval roots, emerging during periods when plague, famine, and war made suffering seem ubiquitous, and when the Catholic Church emphasized the salvific power of suffering. In some cases, the flagellants would be hooded or masked to maintain anonymity, allowing them to perform the penance without pride or seeking recognition. In other cases, identity was known, and the practice became a way to publicly demonstrate religious devotion. The Catholic Church had an ambivalent relationship with flagellation. At times it was encouraged as authentic devotion. At other times it was condemned as excessive, showy, or heretical. By the 20th century, the practice had mostly died out in the Basque region, though it continued in modified forms in some Spanish villages and in other Catholic regions worldwide, particularly in the Philippines. Today, it is rare and often discouraged by church authorities, but it represents a time when physical suffering was seen not as something to be minimized, but as a direct path to spiritual transformation and divine favor. On Pentecost Island in Vanuatu in the South Pacific, the men of the local communities perform a ritual called nagal, or land diving, which is considered the original inspiration for modern bungee jumping. A tall wooden tower, sometimes over 25 meters high, is constructed from tree trunks and branches. Vines are carefully selected, measured, and attached to the tower at various heights. Young men and boys climb the tower, have vines tied around their ankles, and then dive headfirst toward the ground. The vines are calculated to arrest their fall just before they hit the earth, with the goal being to brush the ground with their shoulders or head without actually crashing. The entire tower flexes and sways with the impact, and the vine stretches to its limit. If calculations are correct, the diver survives unharmed. If the vine is too long or breaks, serious injury or death can result. The ritual takes place annually, timed to coincide with the yam harvest. It is performed to ensure a good harvest, with each successful dive adding to the likelihood of abundance. The practice is also a rite of passage for boys becoming men. A boy's first jump, usually from a lower platform, marks his transition toward adulthood. As he grows and proves his courage, he jumps from progressively higher platforms. The highest platforms are reserved for the most experienced and courageous men. The ritual involves the entire community. Women dance and sing at the base of the tower. Elders supervise the construction and the selection and preparation of vines. The young men who will jump prepare through ritual purification and must abstain from sex for a period before jumping. The jumper stands on his platform, may give a speech about his intentions or grievances, and then simply steps off into space. The moment of freefall, the sudden stop, and the relief of survival create an intense emotional and spiritual experience. The practice continues today, though it has become somewhat commercialized as tourists pay to watch the spectacle. Nevertheless, for the local communities, the land diving remains a sacred ritual, a test of courage, and a renewal of the covenant between people and the land that sustains them. The Semai people of the Malaysian rainforests used blowguns and poison darts for hunting. The poison was derived from various plants, particularly from the upas tree, and was extremely toxic. Young men learning to hunt had to develop immunity to the poison through a gradual exposure process that was both practical training and a rite of passage. The process began with very small doses of poison, often mixed with food or applied to small scratches on the skin. Over months or years, the dosage would gradually increase as the body built tolerance. This was dangerous. Too much poison too quickly could cause severe illness or death. Too little, and the hunter would not develop adequate resistance. The need for poison resistance was real and practical. Hunters working with poison darts in dense jungle, often in low light and with wet hands, could easily accidentally scratch themselves. Additionally, when butchering animals killed with poison darts, the hunter would come into contact with poisoned tissue. Without resistance, these minor exposures could be dangerous. The process of building immunity was supervised by experienced hunters and was surrounded by ritual and taboo. Certain foods had to be avoided. Sexual activity was restricted during crucial phases of the poisoning. The young man had to demonstrate courage by accepting increasingly serious doses of poison, trusting in the knowledge and care of his elders. Successfully completing the poison trials marked a young man as a full hunter, capable of providing for family and community. The practice has largely disappeared as the Semai have increasingly integrated into Malaysian national culture and as hunting with blowguns has declined. But for generations, the poison trials represented a necessary and dangerous passage to manhood, one where the price of failure was not merely embarrassment, but potentially death. The Piaroa people of the Amazon rainforest in Venezuela have an initiation ritual for young men that involves the deliberate consumption of extremely painful ants. The ritual uses bullet ants, which are among the most painful insects on Earth. A bullet ant sting is said to feel like being shot, hence the name, and the pain can last for hours or even days. For the initiation, hundreds of bullet ants are collected and woven into gloves or sleeves made from leaves, with the ants positioned so that their stingers face inward. The young man undergoing initiation places his hands into these gloves and keeps them there for several minutes while the ants sting repeatedly. The pain is described as excruciating, and the venom causes the hands to shake uncontrollably. After the gloves are removed, the young man's hands will be swollen, numb, and painful for days. But this is not a one-time ordeal. To complete the full initiation into manhood, the ritual must be repeated many times, sometimes dozens of times over several years. Each time, the young man must endure the stings without crying out, without removing his hands prematurely, and without showing weakness. The ritual tests physical endurance, but also mental strength and emotional control. It demonstrates to the community that the young man can handle pain, can control his reactions under stress, and has the fortitude necessary to be a productive member of society. The repeated nature of the ritual also ensures that this is not simply a lucky or adrenaline-fueled one-time performance, but a consistent character trait. Between sessions, the young man returns to normal life, but everyone knows he is in the process of initiation, and his behavior is watched and judged. Only after completing the full cycle of ant ordeals is he considered a full adult man, eligible to marry and to participate fully in community decisions and activities. The Apache people of the southwestern United States hold a 4-day ceremony called the Sunrise Dance, or Nayes, when a girl reaches puberty. This ceremony marks her transition from childhood to womanhood and is one of the most important events in Apache culture. The girl, called the initiate, undergoes 4 days of dancing, ritual, and physical ordeal under the guidance of a sponsor, usually an older woman of good character. The ceremony begins at dawn and involves dancing for hours each day in the hot sun. The girl wears special ceremonial clothing and is painted with white clay mixed with ground-up minerals, which becomes heavy and uncomfortable. She carries sacred objects and must maintain specific postures and movements throughout. The dancing is exhausting, deliberately so. The girl must demonstrate her endurance, her ability to fulfill difficult obligations, and her strength of character. She may not eat much, may have restricted access to water, and must maintain her composure and continue dancing even when exhausted. During the ceremony, she is believed to embody White Painted Woman, a central figure in Apache mythology who gave birth to culture heroes and who represents ideal womanhood. In this sacred state, the girl has special powers. She can bless people, heal the sick, and bring good fortune to those who approach her respectfully. Community members line up to receive her blessing, and she touches them with sacred pollen. On the final day, the girl runs in the 4 cardinal directions, symbolizing that she will have a long and healthy life. The ceremony requires enormous preparation and expense. The family must gather food for a feast that will feed the entire community. They must arrange for singers, drummers, and the construction of special structures. The initiate herself prepares for months beforehand, learning songs and rituals. The sunrise dance is still practiced today in Apache communities, maintaining its central place in Apache identity and spirituality. It represents the continuation of tradition, the importance of endurance, and the sacred power that comes through accepting and transcending physical hardship. The K2 people of Vietnam and Laos practiced a mourning ritual that involved the deliberate amputation of finger joints. When a close family member died, particularly a parent, spouse, or child, the bereaved person would cut off a portion of one of their fingers, usually a joint from a pinky or ring finger, as an expression of grief and as a sacrifice to accompany the deceased. The amputation was performed with a sharp blade or knife, sometimes by the mourning person themselves, sometimes by a family member. The wound would be cauterized with fire or treated with traditional medicines. The missing finger joint served as a permanent visible reminder of the loss, a physical scar that matched the emotional wound of bereavement. It also represented sacrifice, giving up part of oneself for the deceased, perhaps to serve them in the afterlife or to demonstrate the depth of one's grief. Some individuals who had experienced multiple losses in their lives would have several fingers with missing joints, each one representing a different bereavement. This created a bodily record of life's sorrows, visible to everyone who interacted with the person. The practice had deep roots in K2 culture, but came under pressure during the 20th century. French colonial authorities and later Vietnamese government officials attempted to ban the practice, viewing it as primitive and harmful. Missionaries, both Christian and Buddhist, preached against it. The K2 themselves began to question the practice as they became more integrated into broader Vietnamese society, and as modern medical understanding emphasized the dangers of deliberate injury. By the late 20th century, the practice had largely ceased, though elderly K2 individuals could still be found with missing finger joints, living reminders of an earlier time when grief was written onto the body, when loss required physical sacrifice, and when pain in the body was understood as the appropriate response to pain in the heart. Power in human societies has often been maintained not through reason or consensus, but through demonstrations of strength, through the control of violence, and through rituals that created fear and awe. War was not merely a practical matter of territory and resources, but a sacred activity, bound up with religion, honor, and cosmic order. Conquest required not just military victory, but ritual validation. Enemies were not merely killed, but transformed into sacrifices, trophies, or warnings. What follows are traditions where violence became ceremony, where death served political and spiritual purposes, and where power was written in blood for all to see and remember. The Aztec Empire, which dominated central Mexico from the 14th to early 16th centuries, engaged in a unique form of ritualized warfare known as the Flower Wars, or Xochitl. These were not wars of conquest in the traditional sense, but ceremonial battles fought between the Aztecs and neighboring city-states, particularly Tlaxcala and Huitzingo. The primary purpose was not to seize territory or destroy the enemy, but to capture warriors for sacrifice. The battles were prearranged, taking place at agreed-upon times and locations. Warriors from both sides would meet on the battlefield dressed in elaborate costumes and carrying ceremonial weapons alongside practical ones. The goal was to wound and capture opponents rather than kill them outright. A captured warrior was considered the greatest prize, far more valuable than a slain enemy. These captives would be brought back to Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital, where they would be sacrificed atop the great temple pyramids. The Aztecs believed the sun required constant nourishment in the form of human blood and hearts to continue its journey across the sky. Without regular sacrifice, the sun would fail, the world would end, and cosmic order would collapse. The Flower Wars provided a steady supply of sacrificial victims, while maintaining perpetual conflicts that kept Aztec warriors trained and battle-ready. The practice also served political purposes. By engaging in these ritualized conflicts rather than total war, the Aztecs kept neighboring states weakened, but not destroyed, maintaining them as sources of tribute and captives. For the warriors on both sides, death in battle or as a sacrifice was considered honorable, ensuring a blessed afterlife. The system continued until the Spanish conquest disrupted the entire social and religious structure of Aztec civilization. The Spanish found the practice horrifying and used it as justification for their conquest and forced conversion, though their own methods of execution and religious violence were equally brutal by any objective measure. The ancient Maya played a ball game called pits or cha, using a heavy rubber ball that players struck with their hips, elbows, and knees, trying to send it through stone rings mounted high on the walls of specially constructed ball courts. These courts can be found at Maya sites throughout Mesoamerica, indicating the game's central importance to Maya culture. The game was not mere sport, but deeply religious and political. It represented cosmic struggles between the gods of the underworld and the gods of the heavens, between death and life, darkness and light. Maya mythology describes hero twins who descended into the underworld and defeated the death gods through a ball game. Reenacting this cosmic contest on Earth maintained the balance between worlds. Some ball games, particularly those held during major festivals or to mark important political events, ended with human sacrifice. There is debate among scholars about whether the victims were members of the losing team, the winning team's captain, or prisoners of war who were made to play. Archaeological evidence and historical accounts support all these possibilities in different contexts. What is clear is that after certain games, one or more individuals would be decapitated, their blood offered to the gods. Ball court carvings show the decapitation scene repeatedly, with blood spurting from the severed neck transforming into serpents or plants, symbolizing fertility and renewal. The sacrifice was not punishment, but an honor, a transformation of the victim into a sacred offering that maintained cosmic order. The ball game connected warfare, sport, sacrifice, and cosmology into a single ritual complex that reinforced Maya religious beliefs and political hierarchies. The game continued to be played in various forms after the Spanish conquest, eventually evolving into less violent regional sports. But the sacrificial element was suppressed and forgotten, leaving only the athletic competition divorced from its original cosmic significance. Ancient Greek and Roman writers described a terrifying practice allegedly used by the Celtic peoples of Northern Europe, particularly the Druids, their priestly class. According to these accounts, the Celts would construct enormous human-shaped figures from wicker, wood, and straw. These wicker men, as they came to be called, were hollow inside. Prisoners of war, criminals, or sometimes even volunteers would be placed inside these structures, which would then be set on fire, burning the victims alive as a sacrifice to the gods. The accounts describe these burnings as part of harvest festivals or performed before battles to ensure victory. Julius Caesar, in his commentaries on the Gallic Wars, provided the most detailed description, claiming that Druids believed the gods preferred the sacrifice of criminals, but would accept innocent victims if criminals were unavailable. The entire tribe would gather to witness the burning, which was said to ensure fertility, prosperity, and divine favor. However, the accuracy of these accounts is heavily debated. All surviving descriptions come from Greek and Roman sources who were enemies of the Celts, and who had reasons to portray them as barbaric to justify conquest and cultural suppression. No archaeological evidence has conclusively proven the existence of wicker man sacrifices. Some scholars believe the practice was real, but exaggerated in scale and frequency. Others suggest it may have been entirely fabricated as propaganda. Still others propose that the Celts may have burned effigies filled with offerings rather than living people, and the accounts were misunderstood or deliberately distorted. What is certain is that the image of the wicker man became a powerful symbol in later European imagination, representing pagan sacrifice and primitive cruelty. Whether the practice existed as described, existed in modified form, or was entirely a product of hostile propaganda, the accounts themselves had real historical effects. shaping how Celtic culture was perceived and how the conquest of Celtic lands was justified. The Wicker Man stands as a reminder that history is often written by victors, and that the most dramatic and horrible accounts may tell us as much about the fears and prejudices of those who recorded them as about the people they claim to describe. In Spain and other parts of the Catholic world, particularly from the 15th to 19th centuries, the Inquisition conducted public ceremonies called auto de fe, Portuguese for act of faith. These were elaborate religious rituals that combined procession, public humiliation, forced confession, and execution. The auto de fe was not simply an execution, but a theatrical demonstration of the Church's power and the consequences of heresy. The ceremony would begin with a procession through the city streets. Those accused of heresy, including converted Jews and Muslims, suspected of secretly practicing their former religions, Protestants, practitioners of witchcraft, and others deemed enemies of the faith, would march wearing special garments called sanbenitos, tall conical hats, and sometimes carrying candles. They would be led to a public square where a large crowd had gathered. Clergy would deliver sermons. Sentences would be read aloud. Those who confessed and repented might receive prison sentences, public flogging, or forced penances. Those who refused to recant, or whose offences were deemed too severe, would be relaxed to the secular arm, a euphemism meaning they would be handed over to civil authorities for execution. The most common method was burning at stake. The condemned would be tied to a post atop a pile of wood, which would then be lit. If the person had recanted at the last moment, they might be strangled before the fire reached them, a small mercy. Those who remained defiant would be burned alive. The auto de fe served multiple purposes. It was punishment for the condemned, warning to potential heretics, public entertainment, and demonstration of institutional power. The elaborate ceremony, the forced confessions, and the public nature of the event were all designed to reinforce religious orthodoxy and political control. Thousands of people were executed through autos de fe over several centuries, though exact numbers are disputed. The practice finally ended in the 19th century as Enlightenment values spread and secular governments reduced church power. The auto de fe remains one of history's most systematic examples of religious violence performed as public ritual, where execution was transformed into elaborate ceremony designed to save souls through terror. The Norse or Vikings have been credited with one of history's most horrific execution methods, the blood eagle. According to several Norse sagas, particularly those written down in Iceland in the 12th and 13th centuries, the blood eagle was reserved for the most hated enemies, particularly those who had killed a king or committed profound betrayals. The victim would be placed face down, and the executioner would cut open the back, breaking the ribs away from the spine. The ribs would be spread outward like wings, and the lungs would be pulled out through the opening, still inflated with air, creating the appearance of bloody wings. Some accounts suggest salt would be rubbed into the wounds. The victim, if they survived the initial cutting, would die slowly from blood loss, shock, and inability to breathe. The blood eagle was supposedly performed as a sacrifice to Odin, the chief god of the Norse pantheon, and as the ultimate revenge against those who deserved the most painful and humiliating death imaginable. However, similar to the Wicker Man, the historical reality of the blood eagle is heavily debated. All descriptions come from sagas written centuries after the Viking Age had ended, during the Christian period in Iceland. These sagas mixed history, legend, and literary invention. Some historians believe the blood eagle was a real practice, though perhaps rare. Others argue it was a literary invention, a gruesome fantasy created by Christian-era writers to emphasize the brutality of their pagan ancestors. Still others suggest it may have been a post-mortem mutilation rather than a method of execution, with bodies desecrated after death to dishonor enemies. Medical analysis suggests that if the procedure were attempted on a living person, they would likely die very quickly from shock and blood loss, making the prolonged suffering described in the sagas impractical. Archaeological evidence has not provided clear confirmation either way. Whether real or fictional, the blood eagle became part of Viking legend, contributing to their fearsome reputation. It represents the extreme end of ritualized violence, where execution becomes not just death, but artistic cruelty, transforming the enemy's body into a sacrificial offering and a warning to others. The Moche civilization flourished on the northern coast of Peru from approximately 100 to 800 CE, centuries before the Inca Empire. The Moche left no written language, so our understanding comes from archaeology, particularly from their elaborate ceramic art and wall paintings. These sources reveal a culture deeply engaged with ritualized violence and sacrifice. One of the most striking discoveries has been the repeated depiction of what archaeologists call the sacrifice ceremony. In this ritual, captured warriors would be brought to ceremonial platforms or temples. They would be ritually killed, often by cutting their throats, and their blood would be collected in special cups and drunk by priests and nobles. Following the blood drinking, the bodies would be decapitated. The heads would sometimes be kept as trophies, displayed, or buried in special caches. Archaeological excavations have confirmed these depictions. Mass graves containing dozens of young men, all showing evidence of throat cutting and decapitation, have been found at major Moche sites. The individuals appear to have been warriors, and many show healed wounds from previous battles, suggesting they were experienced fighters captured in warfare. The sacrifices appear to have been performed during or after periods of environmental stress, particularly during El Niño events that brought devastating floods to the Moche region. The rituals may have been attempts to appease the gods and restore order to a world thrown into chaos by climate disasters. The blood drinking was likely believed to transfer the strength and power of the sacrificed warriors to those who consumed it. Decapitation may have been seen as fully releasing the spirit of the victim, or as creating powerful objects, the heads themselves, that contained spiritual force. The Moche sacrifice ceremony was not spontaneous violence, but carefully choreographed ritual involving specific participants, specific costumes, specific architectural settings, and specific ceremonial objects. It represented an organized system where warfare, sacrifice, and religious belief were inseparable, where military conflict served to provide victims for cosmic maintenance, and where death became the currency for negotiating with the divine. The Scythians were nomadic peoples who dominated the steppes north of the Black Sea from approximately the 9th to 1st centuries BCE. They were renowned horsemen and warriors, and Greek historians, particularly Herodotus, recorded their customs with a mixture of fascination and horror. One practice that particularly struck Greek observers was the Scythian treatment of defeated enemies. According to Herodotus, when a Scythian warrior killed an enemy, he would scalp the victim, tanning the skin to create a trophy. These scalps would be attached to the warrior's horse bridle, with more scalps indicating greater prowess in battle. But the Scythians reserved special treatment for their greatest enemies. They would decapitate the enemy, remove the flesh from the skull, and then line the inside with leather, often gilding the outside with gold. These skulls would be transformed into drinking cups. A warrior would use the skull cup of his greatest enemy to drink at feasts and ceremonies, demonstrating his victory and literally consuming from the head of one who had opposed him. The practice was not merely trophy-taking, but had spiritual dimensions. The skull was believed to contain power, and drinking from it may have been thought to transfer the enemy's strength to the drinker. Important guests might be offered drink from these skull cups as a sign of hospitality and a display of the host's warrior accomplishments. Scythian burial mounds, called kagons, have been excavated extensively, revealing elaborate grave goods including weapons, gold ornaments, and evidence of human sacrifice where servants and wives were killed to accompany deceased chiefs. While skull cups themselves have not survived in the archaeological record, the detailed Greek descriptions and the overall pattern of Scythian treatment of enemies and dead make the practice plausible. The Scythians lived in a world where warfare was constant, where status and survival depended on martial prowess, and where transforming the bodies of enemies into functional objects served both practical and symbolic purposes, ensuring that defeated foes continued to serve their conquerors even after death. The Shua people, also known as the Javaro, who live in the Amazon rainforests of Ecuador and Peru, practiced head shrinking, creating objects known as tsansa. When a Shua warrior killed an enemy from a rival tribe, particularly an enemy of significance, he would remove the head and take it back to his community. There, specialists would perform an elaborate process to shrink the head while preserving its features. The skull would be removed through an incision in the back of the neck. The skin, now just a shell, would be turned inside out and scraped clean. It would then be boiled in water with special herbs and tannins. This process began the shrinking and made the skin leathery. After boiling, hot stones and hot sand would be placed inside the head, which would be continuously manipulated and shaped to maintain the features as it dried and contracted. The process would reduce the head to about the size of a fist, sometimes even smaller. The eyes would be sewn shut, the lips would be pinned closed with wooden pegs, and the hair would remain attached. The finished tsansa was believed to trap the spirit of the slain enemy, preventing it from seeking revenge. The Shua believed in the existence of vengeful spirits called musak that would pursue those who had killed them unless proper rituals were performed. Creating a tsansa and performing the associated ceremonies allowed the warrior to harness the power of the musak while neutralizing its danger. The tsansa would be displayed during victory celebrations, worn around the neck during dances, and eventually stored away once its spiritual power was exhausted. The practice was not continuous warfare, but occurred within specific contexts of blood feuds and territorial disputes. The Shua did not shrink the heads of just anyone, but specifically enemies killed in traditional warfare. The practice shocked European and American outsiders who encountered it in the 19th and 20th centuries. Missionaries worked to suppress the tradition, and by the mid-20th century, authentic tsansa creation had largely ceased. However, a market developed for fake tsansas, often made from monkeys or unclaimed bodies from hospitals, sold to tourists and collectors. Today, genuine tsansas are rare and are held in museums and private collections. The practice remains one of the most famous and misunderstood traditions of Amazonian peoples, reduced to macabre curiosity rather than understood within its original context of warfare, spirituality, and the complex relationship between the living and the dead. The Kalinga people of the northern Philippines, particularly those living in the Cordillera Mountain region, maintained a tradition of headhunting that persisted into the 20th century. Headhunting among the Kalinga was not random violence, but a highly structured practice embedded in social, spiritual, and political systems. A man who had taken heads in battle gained tremendous prestige and was eligible for positions of leadership and respect denied to those without such achievements. Headhunting raids would be organized by villages against enemy villages, usually as revenge for previous attacks or as part of ongoing feuds. Warriors would ambush enemies or attack settlements, attempting to kill victims and take their heads as trophies. The heads would be brought back to the village where they would be displayed prominently, often on special racks or in the men's sleeping quarters. Ceremonies and feasts would celebrate the successful headhunters. The taking of heads was believed to provide spiritual power to the village and the headhunter. It could ensure good harvests, protect against disease, or mark important life transitions. Before marrying, a young man might be expected to participate in a headhunting raid to prove his courage and capability. The practice created cycles of violence. A successful raid would demand revenge, which would itself demand further revenge, creating feuds that could last generations. But it also created a form of social control. The threat of headhunting raids encouraged communities to maintain alliances, fulfill obligations, and avoid offending powerful neighbors. During the American colonial period in the early 20th century, authorities attempted to suppress headhunting through a combination of military force, legal penalties, and economic incentives. Programs offered rewards for turning in weapons and punishments for participating in raids. Missionaries preached against the practice. Gradually, headhunting declined, though isolated incidents continued into the mid-20th century. Today, Kalinga culture maintains pride in its warrior heritage while no longer practicing headhunting. Ritual objects, songs, and stories preserve the memory of the headhunting era, transforming what was once practical violence into cultural heritage and identity, a way of remembering ancestors and maintaining connection to a time when power flowed from the ability to take life and display the proof for all to see. In the Solomon Islands in the South Pacific, particularly during the 19th and early 20th centuries, some chiefs and prominent warriors practiced a form of ritual cannibalism associated with warfare and power. When enemies were killed in battle, or when captives were taken, certain individuals, usually those already holding positions of authority and spiritual power, would consume portions of the victims' bodies. This was not done for nutritional purposes or as casual practice, but as a ritual act laden with spiritual and political meaning. The consumption of human flesh, particularly the organs believed to contain life force such as the heart, liver, or brain, was thought to transfer the power, courage, and strength of the victim to the consumer. A chief who consumed the flesh of a defeated enemy chief might absorb that rival's authority and diminish the spiritual threat the dead enemy posed. The practice also served to terrorize enemies and solidify the cannibal chief's reputation for fierceness and supernatural power. Stories of chiefs who ate their enemies spread fear and made negotiations and warfare more complicated, as opponents faced not just death but desecration and consumption. The practice was not universal across the Solomon Islands, but was concentrated in certain island groups and among specific cultural groups. European missionaries, traders, and colonial administrators found the practice horrifying and made its suppression a priority. Colonial laws imposed harsh penalties for cannibalism, and Christian conversion was actively promoted as an alternative worldview. Some chiefs who had practiced ritual cannibalism converted to Christianity and publicly renounced their former ways, sometimes becoming Christian leaders themselves. By the mid-20th century, the practice had entirely ceased. Today, the cannibal chiefs of the Solomon Islands exist primarily in historical accounts and cultural memory. The practice is sometimes discussed in museums and cultural heritage contexts, though it remains a sensitive topic, representing a past that many Solomon Islanders view with complex feelings, acknowledging it as part of their history while rejecting the colonial narratives that use such practices to justify domination and cultural destruction. The cannibal chiefs represent an extreme form of ritualized violence where consumption of the enemy became the ultimate assertion of dominance, where the boundary between warfare and religious ceremony dissolved completely, and where power was quite literally incorporated into the bodies of those who ruled. The human body has never been accepted simply as nature provides it. Across cultures and throughout history, people have modified, decorated, scarred, stretched, bound, and transformed their bodies to signal identity, status, beauty, maturity, and belonging. These modifications were rarely superficial vanity, but carried deep social meaning. They marked transitions from childhood to adulthood, identified tribal or family affiliation, demonstrated courage and endurance, or displayed wealth and refinement. The willingness to permanently alter one's body showed commitment to cultural values and acceptance of community standards. What follows are traditions where the body became canvas, where flesh was shaped according to ideals that varied dramatically across time and place, and where beauty and identity were created through pain, patience, and permanent transformation. In China, particularly among the Han Chinese elite, the practice of foot binding was performed on young girls for roughly 1,000 years, from approximately the 10th century until the early 20th century. The process usually began when a girl was between 4 and 7 years old, young enough that the bones were still malleable. The girl's feet would be soaked in warm water mixed with herbs and animal blood. Then the toes, except for the big toe, would be curled under the foot and bound tightly with long strips of cloth. The bindings would be wrapped in a figure 8 pattern, pulling the toes toward the heel and the heel toward the front of the foot, essentially folding the foot in half. The bindings would be tightened regularly, often every few days at first, then less frequently as the foot's new shape became established. The process was excruciating. Bones broke and reformed. Toes sometimes became necrotic and fell off. The arch of the foot developed an extreme curve. After years of binding, the ideal result was a foot no more than 3 to 4 inches long, called a golden lotus. These tiny feet were considered extremely beautiful and erotic. They demonstrated that the woman came from a family wealthy enough that she did not need to work in fields or perform heavy labor. They were a sign of femininity, refinement, and marriageability. Women with bound feet walked with a particular swaying gait, small careful steps that were considered graceful and attractive. But the price was immense. Bound feet were painful throughout life, not just during childhood. They were prone to infection. They made walking difficult and running nearly impossible. Women with bound feet were dependent on others for mobility and were extremely vulnerable in emergencies. As China modernized and Western ideas spread in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, foot binding came under increasing criticism. Reformers, both Chinese and foreign, campaigned against it as barbaric and harmful. After the fall of the Qing dynasty and the establishment of the Republic, foot binding was officially banned. The practice gradually died out, though some women in remote areas continued to bind their daughters' feet into the 1930s and 40s. Women who had undergone foot binding as children lived with the consequences for their entire lives. Photographs from the mid-20th century show elderly Chinese women with tiny deformed feet, the last generation to have experienced a practice that had shaped Chinese concepts of beauty for a millennium. The Maori people of New Zealand practice tomoko, a form of body modification that is fundamentally different from typical tattooing. While most tattoos involve inserting pigment beneath the skin with needles, traditional tomoko was carved into the skin using chisels made from albatross bone or sharpened stones. These tools, called uhi, would literally cut grooves into the face and body, creating ridges and furrows that were then filled with pigment made from burned wood or plant material. The process was extremely painful and could take days, weeks, or even years to complete, depending on the complexity of the design. Tomoko was not decorative in a frivolous sense, but was a visual language. Each design was unique to the individual and told their story. The patterns indicated tribal affiliation, genealogy, social rank, and personal achievements. A person's moko was like a biographical text written on their body, readable by those who understood the symbolic language. Facial moko was particularly significant, called motora for men and moko kawi for women. Men's facial moko covered much or all of the face in elaborate spirals and curves. Women's moko was typically concentrated on the chin and sometimes the lips. Having extensive moko indicated high status and manner, a spiritual power or prestige. A chief without moko would have little authority. The process of receiving moko was a rite of passage. Young people undergoing moko demonstrated their courage by enduring the pain without complaint. The recovery period after each session was difficult, with swelling, pain, and risk of infection. Special foods had to be eaten using special implements to avoid contaminating the fresh cuts. During European colonization, tomoko was discouraged and sometimes banned. Maori were pressured to abandon traditional practices and adopt European ways. Many Maori stopped receiving moko, and the traditional knowledge of the art form nearly disappeared. However, beginning in the late 20th century, there has been a renaissance of tomoko as part of broader Maori cultural revival. Contemporary Maori artists have studied historical examples, learned from elders who maintained the knowledge, and adapted techniques for modern conditions while maintaining traditional meanings and designs. Today, tomoko is practiced both in traditional carved form and in modern tattoo form. It serves as a powerful statement of Maori identity, a connection to ancestors, and a reclamation of cultural practices that colonialism tried to erase. The deep grooves and distinctive patterns of traditional tomoko remain one of the most striking forms of permanent body modification ever developed, turning the face itself into a living document of personal and cultural identity. The Mersey people live in the Omo Valley of southwestern Ethiopia, and their women practice one of the most dramatic forms of body modification known, the wearing of lip plates. The process begins when girls reach adolescence, typically around 15 or 16 years old. The lower lip is pierced, and a small wooden peg or plug is inserted. Over the following months and years, progressively larger plugs are inserted, gradually stretching the lip. At the same time, the lower front teeth are often removed to allow space for the plate. Eventually, the lip can be stretched enough to accommodate a clay or wooden plate that can be 4 to 6 inches in diameter or even larger. The plate rests on the remaining lower teeth and extends outward from the face. When not wearing the plate, the stretched lip hangs down, sometimes reaching the chest. The plates are not worn constantly, but are inserted for special occasions, ceremonies, or when encountering outsiders. The origins and meanings of this practice have been subjects of speculation. Some accounts suggest it began as a way to make women less attractive to slave traders, making them less likely to be captured and sold. Others suggest it demonstrates a woman's commitment to her people and culture, with larger plates indicating greater worth. Some anthropologists report that plate size is associated with bride price, with women who can accommodate larger plates commanding greater wealth at marriage. However, Mercy explanations suggest it is primarily about beauty and identity. A woman with a large lip plate is considered beautiful by Mercy standards, and the practice distinguishes Mercy women from other groups in the region. The decision to undergo the procedure is typically made by the young woman herself, though with strong social encouragement. Not all Mercy women choose to wear lip plates, especially younger generations who are more integrated into Ethiopian national culture and who may face discrimination or difficulty finding work if they maintain highly visible traditional practices. The process of stretching the lip is gradual but uncomfortable, and wearing the heavy plates can cause dental problems and difficulty eating and speaking. Nevertheless, for those who maintain the tradition, the lip plate remains a powerful symbol of Mercy identity, a mark of beauty and belonging that connects them to their ancestors and distinguishes them in a rapidly changing world. The Mentawai people of the Mentawai Islands off the west coast of Sumatra in Indonesia practice tooth filing as a key rite of passage and beauty practice. Both men and women undergo the procedure, typically during adolescence or young adulthood. The process involves using a chisel and stone to file down the teeth, particularly the front incisors and canines, to create a flat edge or to sharpen them to points. In some cases, teeth are filed to create decorative patterns or to make them more even. The procedure is performed by specialists who have learned the skill from previous generations. The person undergoing tooth filing must sit still for extended periods while the specialist works, filing away tooth enamel and sometimes portions of the dentin beneath. The process is painful and the filed teeth remain sensitive afterwards, sometimes permanently. The Mentawai believe that humans are born too similar to animals, and that cultural practices are necessary to fully become human. Tooth filing is one of several body modifications, along with tattooing and tooth blackening, that transform a person from natural state into cultural being. The filed teeth also serve as markers of beauty. Smooth, evenly filed teeth are considered attractive, while natural, unmodified teeth are seen as ugly, even animal-like. The practice creates a clear distinction between Mentawai, who maintain traditional ways, and those who have adopted outside customs. In recent decades, Indonesian government policies and the influence of Islam and Christianity have discouraged traditional Mentawai practices. Many younger Mentawai have chosen not to undergo tooth filing, instead adopting mainstream Indonesian cultural practices. This has created a visible generational divide, with older community members showing filed teeth and elaborate tattoos, while younger people have natural teeth and minimal body modification. For those who maintain the practice, tooth filing remains an important marker of identity and beauty, a permanent sign of commitment to Mentawai culture and tradition, and a connection to ancestors who shaped their bodies in the same way for countless generations before them. The Bemba people of Zambia, along with related groups in the region, traditionally practiced lip stretching or lip plating among women, though this was distinct from the Mercy practice in technique and aesthetic result. Young girls would have their lips, both upper and lower, progressively stretched using wooden or gourd plugs. Unlike the Mersey, who focus on the lower lip and use large clay plates, Bemba lip stretching involved elongating both lips into extended protrusions that could project several inches from the face. The stretched lips were not intended to hold plates, but were left extended, creating a distinctive appearance. The process began gradually, with small objects used to slowly stretch the tissue over months or years. The procedure was performed under the guidance of older women, and was considered an essential part of becoming a marriageable woman. The elongated lips were considered beautiful and sexually attractive. They demonstrated that a woman had undergone the proper initiation and education that young women received from elder women, learning about marriage, sexuality, household management, and social responsibilities. A woman who had not undergone lip stretching would be considered unfinished, not fully prepared for adult life and marriage. The practice also marked ethnic identity, distinguishing Bemba and related peoples from neighboring groups. During the colonial period, European missionaries and administrators condemned the practice as mutilation and worked to suppress it. Girls attending mission schools were forbidden from having stretched lips, and Christian converts were pressured to abandon traditional practices. The practice declined rapidly during the 20th century. Today it has almost entirely disappeared, with only the oldest women in the most remote communities showing evidence of lip stretching. The decline of the practice represents broader changes in African societies during and after colonialism, where traditional body modifications were often suppressed or abandoned in favor of European aesthetic standards, and where markers of ethnic identity were sometimes viewed as obstacles to national unity. The stretched lips of elderly Bemba women serve as living memories of a time when beauty was defined locally, when body modification was integral to social identity, and when the human form was shaped according to standards that now seem strange to younger generations raised with different values. The Huli people of the highlands of Papua New Guinea are known for their elaborate wigs worn by men, but these are not wigs in the conventional sense of hairpieces made from someone else's hair. Instead, Huli men grow their own hair in a specific ritualized process, and then cut it and shape it into wigs that they themselves will wear. Young men who wish to become wig men enter a secluded period of hair growth that can last 18 months or more. During this time, they live in special houses away from women and follow strict taboos. They cannot eat certain foods, particularly oily or greasy foods believed to make hair grow poorly. They cannot engage in sexual activity. They spend much of their time caring for their hair, washing it with special preparations, coating it with tree oils to encourage growth and create the proper texture, and sleeping with their heads elevated on special bamboo neck rests to avoid crushing the hair. The isolation and restrictions create an intense period of focus on hair growth as a spiritual and physical transformation. At the end of the growth period, the hair is cut and shaped into a wig. The hair is combined with human hair from previous wigs, creating continuity across generations, and is shaped into a rounded dome shape and often decorated with bird of paradise feathers, flowers, and other ornaments. The resulting wigs are spectacular, enormous, and brilliantly colored. They are worn during ceremonies, festivals, and important social gatherings. A man might create several wigs during his lifetime, each one representing months or years of preparation. The wigs serve multiple purposes. They demonstrate the wearer's patience and ability to follow restrictions, qualities valued in Huli society. They display wealth through the decorations added to them. They create a dramatic visual transformation that marks the wearer as someone of importance. The cyclical nature of the process, growing hair, creating a wig, wearing it, and eventually repeating the process, mirrors other cycles in Huli life and cosmology. In recent decades, as younger Huli have increasingly engaged with the cash economy and moved to towns for education and work, the time-intensive process of wig growing has become less common. However, for important ceremonies and cultural festivals, wig men still appear in their full regalia, maintaining a tradition that transforms the body's natural growth into cultural art, where patience becomes visible beauty, and where the head becomes a canvas for displaying identity and achievement. The Tuareg people are a Berber ethnic group spread across the Sahara Desert, particularly in Mali, Niger, Algeria, Libya, and Burkina Faso. They are sometimes called the Blue People because of the indigo dye that stains their skin from their traditional clothing. One of the most distinctive Tuareg practices involves the tajelmust, a cloth veil or turban worn by men. Tuareg men begin wearing the tajelmust at maturity, typically around the age of 25, marking their transition to full adulthood. Once a man begins wearing the veil, he is expected to keep his face covered in the presence of strangers, women other than close family members, and in-laws, particularly his wife's parents. The veil covers the lower face from the nose down, and is wrapped as part of an elaborate turban that also covers the head. Unlike many cultures where veiling is associated with women, among the Tuareg, it is primarily men who veil their faces. The tajelmust is dyed deep indigo blue, and the dye gradually transfers to the skin, creating the blue-tinted complexion that gives the Tuareg their nickname. The practice of veiling has multiple cultural meanings. It is associated with modesty, maturity, and respect. A man who removes his veil inappropriately shows disrespect and immaturity. The veil also has spiritual dimensions, believed to protect against evil spirits that might enter through the mouth or nose. In the harsh desert environment, the veil has practical benefits, protecting against sand, sun, and dry air. But the social and spiritual meanings are paramount. The tajelmust becomes so integral to identity that Tuareg men often feel exposed and vulnerable without it, similar to how people in other cultures might feel appearing naked in public. The depth of indigo dye in the tajelmust can indicate wealth and status, as good quality indigo dye was historically expensive. The elaborate process of wrapping the turban requires skill, and the specific style of wrapping can indicate regional origin or family affiliation. During French colonial rule, and in the post-colonial era, Tuareg culture has faced pressures to assimilate to dominant national cultures. Some younger Tuareg men in cities have adopted Western clothing and abandoned the tajelmust, while others maintain it as a proud symbol of Tuareg identity. In recent decades, political conflicts and the rise of armed groups in the Sahel region have complicated Tuareg cultural practices, but the tajelmust remains a powerful symbol of Tuareg manhood, a tradition that transforms a piece of cloth into an integral part of identity, where covering the face reveals rather than conceals who a person truly is. The Zulu people of South Africa hold an annual ceremony called the Umkosi Womlanga, or reed dance, which brings together thousands of young unmarried women and girls. The ceremony traditionally took place in late August or early September, during the Zulu spring. Young women from across Zulu territory would travel to the royal palace, each carrying a long reed. They would camp together for several days, during which older women would provide instruction about Zulu culture, values, and preparation for marriage. The highlight of the ceremony was the dance itself, where thousands of young women, wearing traditional attire that includes beaded skirts and necklaces, but often leaves the breasts bare, would dance before the king and assembled crowd. The women would be organized by age groups, creating a spectacular display of coordinated movement and color. Each woman would place her reed before the king as a symbolic offering. The ceremony served multiple purposes within traditional Zulu society. It celebrated virginity and chastity, with participation signaling that a young woman remained unmarried and virtuous. It allowed the king to assess the health and well-being of young women throughout his kingdom. It provided an occasion for young men to observe eligible women, though direct interaction was limited. And it reinforced Zulu cultural identity and the authority of the monarchy. The ceremony lapsed during much of the 20th century, but was revived in the 1990s under King Goodwill's Welithini. The modern reed dance has become controversial. Some view it as an important cultural tradition that connects contemporary Zulu people to their heritage and provides positive values for young women. Others criticize it as patriarchal, pointing out that young women parade before male observers and that the emphasis on virginity testing, which sometimes accompanies the ceremony, is invasive and based on outdated attitudes about women's sexuality. The practice of dancing with breasts exposed has also generated debate, with some arguing it is traditional and non-sexual in its cultural context, while others worry about photography and video being shared inappropriately. Despite controversies, the reed dance continues to attract thousands of participants annually, making it one of the largest traditional ceremonies still practiced in South Africa. It represents the complex negotiations between maintaining cultural traditions and adapting to changing social values, where ancient practices are revived and transformed in contemporary contexts, sometimes maintaining their meaning and sometimes acquiring new, contested significance. In Samoan culture, men receive an extensive tattoo called the PA, which covers the body from the waist to the knees in intricate geometric patterns. This is not a casual afternoon tattoo, but an ordeal that can take weeks or even months to complete, and serves as a fundamental rite of passage into manhood. The tattooing is performed by a tafuga tautato, a master tattoo artist who has inherited the knowledge and tools through family lineage. The tools are traditional, made from boar's tusks, turtle shell, and wood, shaped into combs with sharpened teeth. These are dipped in ink made from soot and water, then struck with a mallet to drive the pigment into the skin. The process is excruciatingly painful. A single session can last several hours and cover a small portion of the design. The recipient must remain still, often lying on a mat, while the tafuga works. The pain is intense and unrelenting, described as burning or being repeatedly cut. Between sessions, which might occur daily or every few days, the tattooed areas swell, bleed, and are extremely painful. Infection is a constant risk. The recipient cannot swim or bathe normally. Movement is difficult. The young man must demonstrate courage by continuing the process despite the pain. To quit before completion brings shame, not only to the individual, but to his entire family. An unfinished PA is a mark of cowardice, and historically, a man with an unfinished tattoo might be shunned or mocked. The PA follows specific traditional patterns that have been passed down for thousands of years. While there is some individual variation, the overall structure remains consistent, making the PA immediately recognizable. The completed tattoo transforms the body, marking the man as Samoan, as courageous, and as fully adult. It signals that he has fulfilled a fundamental obligation to his culture and is ready for the responsibilities of manhood. The pain endured is remembered with pride, and the permanent marks serve as constant reminders of that ordeal. Samoan tattooing traditions were suppressed during the colonial period, with missionaries condemning the practice as pagan. However, the tradition survived and has experienced revival in recent decades as part of broader Pacific Islander cultural renaissance. Today, receiving the PA remains a highly respected achievement in Samoan communities worldwide, maintaining its status as one of the most significant rites of passage a Samoan man can undertake, where the body becomes a permanent text of cultural belonging and personal courage. The Paine people are an indigenous group in central Mexico, in the states of San Luis Potosí and Querétaro. Historically, Paine warriors and hunters wore necklaces made from the claws of jaguars they had killed. The jaguar was the apex predator in their environment, dangerous, powerful, and elusive. Killing a jaguar required tremendous courage, skill, and knowledge. It might take weeks of tracking, understanding the animal's habits and territory, setting appropriate traps or ambush positions, and then facing the animal in direct combat. Jaguars are immensely strong and deadly, capable of crushing skulls with their jaws. A wounded jaguar is perhaps even more dangerous than a healthy one. Successfully killing a jaguar was therefore one of the highest achievements possible for a Paine man. The claws would be carefully removed from the dead jaguar and crafted into a necklace, sometimes with other materials such as beads or carved bone. Each claw represented a separate kill, so a necklace with multiple claws demonstrated extraordinary prowess. The wearer of such a necklace commanded immense respect and authority. The necklace was not merely decorative, but was believed to contain the power and spirit of the jaguars killed. Wearing the claws transferred some of the jaguar's strength, ferocity, and hunting ability to the wearer. It also served as protection, as the spirit of the dead jaguar might ward off other predators or malevolent forces. The practice connected the hunter to the animal in a spiritual relationship. Killing the jaguar was not simply destruction, but a kind of transformation, where the animal's power was preserved and carried forward by the hunter. As the Paim were increasingly displaced from their traditional lands, and as large predators were hunted to local extinction or near extinction in many areas, opportunities to hunt jaguars declined. Spanish colonization, conversion to Christianity, and integration into Mexican national society also disrupted traditional practices. The wearing of jaguar claw necklaces became rare and eventually disappeared from regular practice. Today, jaguars are protected species, and hunting them is illegal. The tradition of the jaguar claw necklace survives primarily in memory and in historical accounts, a reminder of a time when proving one's worth meant facing nature's most dangerous predator alone, when identity was earned through risk and violence, and when the boundary between human and animal was negotiated through ritual transformation of the predator's body into the hunter's ornament. Beyond the visible world, humans have always perceived another realm, populated by gods, spirits, ancestors, and forces that shape reality in ways the physical senses cannot directly detect. Communication with this invisible world required special techniques, special people, special states of consciousness. Trance, possession, drumming, dance, sacred plants, divination, and ritual allowed humans to cross the boundary between worlds, to receive messages, to be inhabited by divine presences, or to perceive truths hidden from ordinary awareness. These practices were not entertainment or delusion, but technologies of transcendence, carefully developed methods for accessing dimensions of reality that remained otherwise closed. What follows are traditions where the barrier between material and spiritual dissolved, where human bodies became vessels for other beings, and where the invisible became tangible through ritual action. In Haiti, the religious practice of Vodou, sometimes spelled voodoo, centers on communication with powerful spirits called Loa or Loa. These spirits are intermediaries between humans and the distant, supreme creator God. Each Loa has distinct personality, preferences, colors, symbols, and areas of influence. During Vodou ceremonies, which often take place in temples called hound forts under the guidance of priests called houndgans or priestesses called mambos, practitioners drum, sing, and dance to call specific Loa to descend and possess devotees. The possession is not metaphorical, but literal and physical. A person who is mounted or ridden by a Loa experiences a complete transformation. Their personality disappears, replaced by the Loa's consciousness. They speak with the Loa's voice, displaying knowledge they do not normally possess. They move differently, with gestures and mannerisms characteristic of that particular Loa. Some Loa are gentle and beneficent, offering advice and blessings. Others are fierce or trickster-like, demanding respect through intimidating behavior. The possessed person has little or no memory of what occurs during possession. From the practitioner's perspective, they temporarily cease to exist, their body becoming a vehicle for the divine. The Loa might give counsel to those present, perform healings, make predictions, or simply dance and celebrate. Specific offerings are made to attract specific Loa, including food, drink, particularly rum and other alcohol, tobacco, and ritual objects. The drumming follows complex patterns specific to each Loa, and skilled drummers can call particular spirits through rhythm alone. Vodou possession serves multiple functions. It provides direct communication with the divine, making gods accessible and present rather than distant and abstract. It offers guidance for personal and community decisions. It provides entertainment and emotional catharsis through the drama of possession. And it reinforces community bonds through shared ritual experience. Vodou has been consistently misunderstood and demonized by outsiders, particularly in Western popular culture, where it is often portrayed as evil sorcery. In reality, it is a sophisticated religious system that blends West African spiritual traditions, particularly from the Yoruba and Fon peoples, with elements of Catholicism adopted during and after slavery. For Haitian practitioners, possession by the Loa is the most sacred and powerful religious experience possible, a moment when the boundary between human and divine disappears and the invisible world becomes undeniably, physically present. The Fong people of Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, and Cameroon practice a spiritual tradition called Bwiti, which centers on the use of iboga, a shrub whose root bark contains powerful psychoactive alkaloids. Iboga produces intense, long-lasting visions and is used in initiation ceremonies that transform participants spiritually and psychologically. When someone undergoes Bwiti initiation, they consume large quantities of iboga root bark, often scraped into powder and mixed with water. The dosage is substantial, far beyond what would be used for casual or recreational purposes. The effects begin within an hour and can last 24 to 36 hours, or even longer. The experience is often described as dying and being reborn. The initiate enters a profound visionary state, often seeing deceased ancestors who offer guidance and wisdom. Some experience their own deaths, witnessing their funerals and the grief of loved ones, before being brought back to life with new understanding. The visions are not always pleasant. Many initiates report terrifying experiences, confrontations with personal demons or spiritual forces, and journeys through dark, challenging landscapes. But these ordeals are understood as necessary purification and transformation. Throughout the experience, the initiate is supported by experienced Bwiti practitioners who sing traditional songs, play musical instruments, particularly the ngombai harp and the mongongo mouth bow, and provide physical and spiritual guidance. The setting is usually a special temple structure, and the ceremony follows precise protocols developed over many generations. After the iboga experience concludes, the initiate has undergone fundamental change. They have received knowledge directly from ancestors and spirits. They have been purified of spiritual contamination. They have died and returned, gaining perspective on life and death. And they have been formally incorporated into the Bwiti community. Iboga is not used casually, but specifically in these ceremonial contexts. The Fong view it as a sacred medicine that allows direct communication with the spirit world and with the wisdom of ancestors. In recent decades, iboga has attracted attention from Western researchers interested in its potential for treating addiction and from spiritual seekers looking for powerful psychedelic experiences. This has created tension, as the Fong and other Bwiti practitioners view casual or commercial use of iboga as disrespectful appropriation of sacred medicine. For the Fong, iboga is not a drug but a sacrament, a substance that temporarily dissolves the boundary between the living and the dead, between the visible and invisible, allowing humans to directly perceive spiritual realities that normally remain hidden. The Mapuche people of Chile and Argentina have traditionally relied on spiritual leaders called moki, who are predominantly women, though men can also assume the role. The moki serves as healer, spiritual guide, mediator with the spirit world, and repository of traditional knowledge. Central to moki practice is the kultrin, a ceremonial drum. The kultrin is not merely a musical instrument, but a cosmological map and spiritual tool. It is typically a shallow drum with a single head made from animal skin, often horse. The underside of the drum is painted with symbols representing the Mapuche cosmos, including the 4 cardinal directions, various spiritual realms, and important spiritual beings. The moki uses the kultrin during healing ceremonies and divination sessions. The drumming creates rhythmic patterns that induce trance states in both the moki and participants. As the moki drums and sings, she enters an altered state of consciousness where she can perceive illness, communicate with spirits called pilanes, and receive guidance from ancestors. The drum's sound is believed to travel between worlds, calling spirits and ancestors to attend the ceremony. The moki might drum continuously for hours, the repetitive rhythms creating a sonic environment that facilitates spiritual travel and possession. Sometimes the moki is possessed by spirits who speak through her, diagnosing illness or providing counsel. Other times, she uses the drum to journey to the spirit world to retrieve lost souls, or negotiate with malevolent forces causing harm. The cauldron also serves diagnostic purposes. The moki might drum over a sick person's body, interpreting the sound's resonance and the drum's vibrations to identify the spiritual cause of physical illness. Different drumming patterns summon different types of spiritual help or address different kinds of problems. Learning to be a moki requires years of training, often beginning with a spiritual calling manifested as illness or visions that will not cease until the person accepts the moki role. An apprentice moki learns from an experienced practitioner, studying herbal medicine, spiritual techniques, and the sacred songs and drum patterns passed down through generations. The moki and her cauldron represent continuity, with Mapuche spiritual traditions that predate Spanish colonization. During centuries of oppression and attempts at cultural erasure, the moki preserved traditional knowledge and practices. Today, as Mapuche people assert their rights and cultural identity, the moki remains a central figure, her drums still calling spirits and ancestors, still healing community members, still maintaining the connection between visible and invisible worlds. The Shona people of Zimbabwe and Mozambique use a musical instrument called the bira to communicate with ancestral spirits. The bira, sometimes called a thumb piano in English, consists of metal keys of different lengths mounted on a wooden board, often placed inside a large gourd resonator for amplification. The player plucks the keys with their thumbs and sometimes forefingers, creating cascading, interlocking melodies that can be hypnotically repetitive. Bira music is not simply entertainment, but spiritual technology. The specific melodies, rhythms, and tonal patterns of bira music are believed to attract and please ancestral spirits called vadzimu. During ceremonies, particularly those called bira players perform throughout the night while participants drink beer brewed specifically for the occasion, dance, and prepare for spirit possession. The music creates an environment where the boundary between living and dead becomes permeable. As the night progresses and the music continues, sometimes for 6 or 8 hours or longer, certain individuals may become possessed by ancestral spirits. The possession follows recognizable patterns. The person's demeanor changes, they may speak in archaic Shona dialects no longer commonly used, and they demonstrate knowledge of family history and events they could not personally know. The possessed person becomes the vessel through which the ancestor communicates with living descendants. The ancestor might offer advice about family disputes, explain the cause of misfortunes or illnesses, make demands for specific offerings or corrections to ritual neglect, or simply express satisfaction with how the family is maintaining traditions. The bira music must continue throughout the possession, as the sound sustains the ancestor's presence. If the music stops, the spirit will depart, and the possessed person will return to normal consciousness. Different bira songs are associated with different types of spirits or different purposes. Some songs call general ancestors, others call specific renowned spirits, known for particular forms of help. Some songs are for healing, others for rainmaking or ensuring agricultural success. Skilled bira players know hundreds of songs and understand which to play in which circumstances. The instrument itself is often treated as sacred, and traditional bira are passed down through families, accumulating spiritual power over generations. During the colonial era and the rise of Christianity in Zimbabwe, bira music and spirit possession ceremonies were suppressed and condemned as pagan devil worship. Many Shona people abandoned traditional practices or practiced them secretly. However, in recent decades, there has been a revival of interest in bira music and traditional Shona spirituality, both within Zimbabwe and internationally. Musicians have brought bira to global audiences, though this has sometimes sparked debate about whether sacred music should be performed in secular contexts. For traditional practitioners, the bira remains primarily a spiritual instrument, the sound that calls the dead back to the world of the living, making the invisible visible and allowing ancestors to guide, protect, and discipline their descendants. Among the Buryat people of Siberia, near Lake Baikal in Russia, shamans performed elaborate ceremonies that involved ritual climbing of symbolic ladders or ropes to reach the sky world where gods and powerful spirits resided. The ceremony, conducted during important occasions such as illness epidemics, natural disasters, or community crises, required extensive preparation. A birch tree would be selected and ritually cut, then erected in the ceremonial space with branches trimmed to create a series of steps or notches. Alternatively, ropes would be suspended from a central pole or framework, creating a vertical pathway. The shaman, after days of fasting and ritual purification, would dress in elaborate ceremonial garments covered with metal ornaments, bells, mirrors, and ribbons representing various spirits and powers. The costume itself was believed to contain spiritual power accumulated over the shaman's career. As drums played and the community watched, the shaman would begin to climb the tree or rope, moving upward step by step. But this physical climbing represented a spiritual journey. As the shaman ascended, they entered deeper trance states, their consciousness traveling to spiritual realms that corresponded to the physical height they achieved. At each level, the shaman might encounter different spirits, some helpful and some hostile. They would negotiate, make offerings, or engage in spiritual combat. The community members watching would see the shaman's body climbing, while simultaneously understanding that the shaman's soul was traveling through invisible realms. The shaman might call out, describing what they saw in the spirit world, naming the beings they encountered, or delivering messages from gods and ancestors. The journey culminated at the highest point, where the shaman would reach the dwelling place of the supreme sky god, or the most powerful spirits. There, the shaman would present the community's needs, requesting healing, protection, or favorable conditions. The descent was equally important, as the shaman brought back spiritual power and knowledge gained during the ascent. Upon returning to normal consciousness, the shaman would interpret the journey, explain what the spirits required, and prescribe actions the community must take. The sky rope or world tree climbing ceremony represented a core shamanic concept found across Siberian cultures. The idea that reality consists of multiple levels, upper worlds, middle earth, and lower worlds, and that shamans possess the unique ability to travel between these levels while living. This vertical cosmology, with the shaman as the traveler and intermediary, shaped Buryat understanding of how the universe was organized and how humans could influence spiritual forces that controlled weather, health, and fortune. The Senufo people of Ivory Coast, Mali, and Burkina Faso have a women's divination society called Sandogo, whose members are diviners capable of diagnosing the spiritual causes of misfortune and prescribing remedies. Sandogo diviners, always women who have been called to the role through dreams or visions, undergo lengthy initiation that can last 7 years or more. They learn to communicate with a spirit called Malio, an ancient mother figure who provides knowledge and guidance. The divination process involves the Sandogo woman entering a trance state through rhythmic movement, breath control, and sometimes the use of specific ritual substances. Once in trance, she becomes a channel for Malio's wisdom. Clients come to the Sandogo diviner with problems, illness, infertility, business failures, relationship troubles, or any misfortune that seems to have spiritual dimensions. The diviner, possessed by Malio, identifies the cause, which might be angered ancestors, witchcraft, violation of taboos, or neglect of ritual obligations. The diviner then prescribes specific actions to resolve the problem, which might include sacrifices, offerings, ritual cleansings, or social interventions such as reconciliation between quarreling family members. The Sandogo society operates somewhat independently of male-dominated religious and political structures in Senufo society, giving women a sphere of spiritual authority and social power. Sandogo diviners are respected and sometimes feared, as they can identify witches and expose hidden transgressions. They also serve as counselors and mediators, using their spiritual authority to influence social behavior and resolve conflicts. The Sandogo initiation process is secret, known only to society members, but it involves learning extensive herbal knowledge, memorizing ritual songs and procedures, and developing the ability to enter and control trance states. The initiate must also learn to interpret signs and symbols, as divination sometimes involves reading patterns in thrown objects, interpreting dreams, or understanding messages in natural phenomena. The Sandogo society has persisted despite Islamization and modernization in Sanufo regions, adapting to new contexts while maintaining core practices. Sandogo diviners now sometimes incorporate Islamic prayers into their work, or offer divination via phone for clients who have moved to cities. Nevertheless, the fundamental role remains unchanged, serving as intermediaries between humans and spiritual forces, using trance and possession to access knowledge unavailable through ordinary consciousness, and helping communities navigate the invisible currents that shape visible reality. The Nuer people of South Sudan and Ethiopia have a unique institution called the Leopard Skin Chief, a religious figure who serves as mediator and peacemaker rather than political ruler. The Leopard Skin Chief, always a man from a specific lineage believed to have sacred qualities, wears leopard skin as a symbol of his office and possesses special spiritual powers. When a killing occurs within the community, particularly a killing between members of the same clan or related clans, blood feud is the expected response. The victim's family has the right and obligation to seek revenge, creating cycles of violence. The Leopard Skin Chief interrupts this cycle. When a killing occurs, the killer can flee to the Leopard Skin Chief's compound, which serves as a sanctuary. As long as the killer remains within this sacred space, he cannot be harmed. The Leopard Skin Chief then begins mediation between the killer's family and the victim's family. This process can take months or even years. The chief does not have authority to impose a settlement, but serves as mediator and ritual facilitator. He negotiates blood compensation, usually paid in cattle, which represents both material restitution and symbolic substitution, cattle blood for human blood. The chief performs rituals of purification and reconciliation. He might sacrifice an animal, allowing both families to share the meat, creating a ritual bond. He uses his spiritual authority to convince both sides that continued violence will bring supernatural punishment, and that accepting compensation and reconciliation is necessary for community harmony. The Leopard Skin Chief's power derives not from force, but from widespread belief in his sacred status. It is believed that harming someone under his protection or ignoring his mediation will bring terrible spiritual consequences, illness, death of cattle, or other misfortunes caused by offended spiritual forces. The leopard skin he wears symbolizes his connection to spiritual power, as the leopard is a creature that moves between worlds, dangerous yet sacred. The institution demonstrates how spiritual authority can function as social control mechanism, channeling violence into ritual resolutions, transforming revenge into compensation, and maintaining peace not through political coercion, but through shared belief in invisible forces that punish those who violate sacred mediations. The Mbuti people are among the groups of forest-dwelling peoples in the Congo Basin, and they practice a ceremony involving a sacred trumpet called the molimo. The molimo is not an ordinary musical instrument, but a sacred object, usually made from a long wooden or bamboo tube, that is kept hidden in the forest when not in use. The molimo ceremony is performed during times of crisis, after deaths, when hunting has been poor, or when the forest, which the Mbuti view as a benevolent parent, seems to have turned away from the people. The ceremony lasts for weeks, or even months. Each night, men gather in the forest, retrieve the molimo trumpet from its hiding place, and bring it into the camp. They sing throughout the night while the molimo trumpet responds, its deep, haunting tones echoing through the forest. The sound of the molimo is believed to be the voice of the forest itself, speaking to the people. The ceremony serves to awaken the forest, to remind it of the people's presence and needs, and to restore the harmonious relationship between humans and the living environment that sustains them. During molimo ceremonies, normal social rules are relaxed. Men steal food from women, who pretend to protest but tacitly cooperate. There is singing, dancing, and storytelling throughout the night. The atmosphere is simultaneously serious and playful, solemn and celebratory. The molimo ceremony creates intensive social bonding, brings the entire community together in shared purpose, and provides emotional catharsis during difficult times. The molimo itself is treated with great reverence. It must be kept away from women and children, though they can hear its sound. It is fed with fire, held over flames to warm it and bring it to life. Young men learning to become molimo singers undergo informal apprenticeship, gradually learning the songs and the proper ways to handle and play the sacred trumpet. The Mbuti relationship with the forest, expressed through molimo ceremonies, reflects a worldview where the environment is not dead matter to be exploited, but a living, conscious being that must be maintained through ritual relationship. The molimo's voice calling out in the night is the human attempt to communicate with the forest spirit, to ensure that the fundamental bond between people and place remains intact, and to restore balance when that relationship has been disrupted by death, misfortune, or neglect. The Meitei people of Manipur in northeastern India perform a ritual dance drama called Lai Haraoba, which translates roughly as merrymaking of the gods. This elaborate ceremony, which can last many days, reenacts the creation of the universe and celebrates the local deities called Lays. Lai Haraoba combines elements of theatre, dance, ritual, and community celebration. The ceremony is performed by Maibar, male priests, and Maibis, female priestesses, who serve as mediators between humans and gods. The Maibis are particularly important, as they become possessed by the Lays during the ceremony, their bodies serving as vessels for divine presence. The Lai Haraoba follows a complex sequence. It begins with rituals to summon the gods to attend the ceremony. Then follows a long series of dances that tell mythological stories, the creation of the world, the origins of the Meitei people, the deeds of gods and culture heroes. These are not simply performances, but sacred reenactments that make the mythological past present again. As the ceremony progresses, the Maibis enter trance states, their movements becoming more ecstatic and less choreographed as divine possession takes hold. The possessed Maibis deliver prophecies, blessings, and messages from the Lays. They might identify sources of community problems or prescribe actions needed to maintain divine favor. The entire community participates, some as formal performers, others as observers who make offerings, share ritual meals, and contribute to the ceremony's success. Lai Haraoba serves multiple functions. It renews the covenant between people and gods. It reinforces Meitei cultural identity and mythological knowledge, passing stories from generation to generation. It provides entertainment and social bonding, and it creates space for divine communication, where gods can speak directly to their people through possessed priestesses. The Meitei practice Hinduism, but Lai Haraoba predates Hindu influence and represents the indigenous religious tradition of Manipur. During the 20th century, as Manipur became more integrated into India, and as Hindu orthodoxy gained influence, traditional practices like Lai Haraoba sometimes faced criticism. However, the ceremony has survived and even experienced revival as part of broader indigenous cultural assertion. Today, Lai Haraoba remains a major annual event in Meitei communities, a spectacular display of dance, music, costume, and ritual that transforms villages into sacred spaces where the boundary between human and divine dissolves, where gods walk among people, and where ancient stories become living present reality. The Evenk people are reindeer herders spread across Siberia, from the Arctic Ocean to northern China. Their shamans practiced rituals involving what anthropologists have called reindeer soul lamps. The Evenk worldview understood reality as composed of multiple interconnected elements. Humans had souls, but so did animals, plants, and even significant objects. Reindeer, being central to Evenk life, had particularly important souls. When a reindeer died, its soul needed to be properly handled to ensure the continued prosperity of the herd and the community. Evenk shamans would perform ceremonies where they would symbolically capture and guide reindeer souls. This involved creating small structures or using special lamps that represented dwelling places for souls in transition. These soul lamps were often made from natural materials, carved wood, antler, or specially prepared animal skins. The shaman would drum and chant, entering trance to journey to the spirit world where reindeer souls existed. Once there, the shaman would guide the souls, either helping them reincarnate into new reindeer calves, or ensuring they traveled safely to the afterlife realm where animal spirits dwelt. The ceremony helped maintain the spiritual health of the reindeer herds. If souls were not properly guided, they might become confused or angry, causing illness in living reindeer or reducing the herd's fertility. The reindeer soul lamp served as a focal point for the ritual, a physical anchor in the material world that corresponded to spiritual realities. Shamans might also use these lamps when diagnosing illnesses, as sickness was often understood as soul loss or soul disruption. The lamp would help the shaman locate wandering souls and guide them back to their proper locations. The practice reflected the Evenk understanding that successful reindeer herding required not just practical knowledge of animal husbandry, but also maintaining proper spiritual relationships with the animals and with the invisible forces that governed fertility, health, and prosperity. As the Soviet Union imposed collective agriculture and tried to suppress shamanic practices, much traditional knowledge was lost. Many shamans were persecuted, and traditional ceremonies were forbidden. However, some knowledge survived through families that continued practicing in secret or in remote areas beyond effective government control. In the post-Soviet era, there has been renewed interest in traditional Evenk spirituality, with younger generations seeking to recover shamanic knowledge from elders and reconstruct practices that were interrupted. The reindeer soul lamp, whether as literal object or as symbolic concept, represents a worldview where animals are spiritual beings deserving ritual attention, where the prosperity of human communities depends on maintaining right relationships with animal souls, and where shamans serve as essential guides who can navigate the invisible dimensions that determine visible outcomes. Human societies have always recognized the need for release, for moments when normal rules are suspended, when hierarchies are inverted, when the orderly world is deliberately disrupted. Festivals and celebrations provided these sanctioned moments of chaos, times when masks transformed identity, when the sacred and profane merged, when spirits walked among humans, and when the impossible became possible. These were not mere entertainments, but essential social mechanisms that allowed communities to renew themselves through controlled disorder, to honor forces that could not be contained by everyday propriety, and to acknowledge truths about human nature that polite society preferred to ignore. What follows are traditions where celebration became ritual chaos, where festivals opened doorways to other realities, and where entire communities participated in transformations that were simultaneously terrifying and joyful. Ancient Rome, despite its reputation for discipline and order, regularly descended into controlled chaos during Saturnalia, a winter festival honoring Saturn, the god of agriculture and time. Saturnalia began on December 17th and eventually extended to a week-long celebration. During this period, the normal social order was deliberately inverted. Slaves were freed from their duties and could speak freely to their masters without fear of punishment. Some households had slaves and masters exchange places, with masters serving meals to slaves. Gambling, normally restricted or illegal, was permitted. People wore informal clothing or went about in costume rather than the toga required for formal Roman life. Schools closed. Courts did not meet. Business stopped. The festival began with a public sacrifice at the Temple of Saturn, followed by a public banquet where all citizens could attend regardless of social rank. After the public ceremonies, the festival moved into private homes where families and friends exchanged gifts, usually small items like candles or clay figurines called sigillaria. The gift-giving emphasized equality, as expensive gifts were discouraged. People wore soft felt caps called pile, which were normally worn by freed slaves, symbolizing the temporary freedom and equality of the festival. The atmosphere was one of excessive eating, drinking, and merrymaking. The poet Catullus called Saturnalia the best of days. But beneath the celebration lay deeper meaning. Saturnalia represented a return to the Golden Age, a mythological time when Saturn ruled, and all people lived as equals without slavery or social hierarchy. The temporary inversion reminded Romans that their social structure was not natural or eternal, but conventional and artificial. It released social tensions by allowing brief expression of alternative social arrangements. And it marked the turning point of the year, the darkest time when the sun began its return, requiring ritual celebration to ensure the cosmos continued its cycles. Christianity eventually absorbed elements of Saturnalia into Christmas celebrations, the timing, the gift-giving, the feasting, the suspension of normal routine. But the pagan roots, the celebration of chaos and inversion, the acknowledgement that order must sometimes give way to disorder for renewal to occur, these ancient impulses continued in new forms, transformed but recognizable, as human societies continued to need moments when the world could be turned upside down. The ancient Roman festival of Lupercalia, celebrated on February 15th, was one of Rome's oldest and strangest rituals. It honored Lupercus, a god associated with wolves, shepherds, and fertility, and involved ritualized violence and sexuality that shocked even Romans during later, more refined periods of their history. The ceremony began at the Lupercal Cave on Palatine Hill, the legendary location where a she-wolf nursed Romulus and Remus, Rome's mythical founders. Priests called Luperci, young men from aristocratic families, would sacrifice goats and a dog. The blood of the sacrificed animals would be smeared on the foreheads of two young Luperci using the bloody knife, then immediately wiped away with wool dipped in milk. The young men were supposed to laugh at this moment, though the ritual's meaning has been lost to history. After the sacrifice and the ritual meal of the sacrificed animals, the Luperci would cut strips of skin from the goats. These strips, called februa, gave the month of February its name. The young men would then strip naked, or wear only a goatskin loincloth, and run around the boundaries of the Palatine Hill, striking anyone they encountered with the goatskin thongs. Women would deliberately position themselves in the path of the runners, believing that being struck by the februa brought fertility and eased childbirth. The combination of nakedness, animal sacrifice, blood ritual, and ritual whipping of women created a festival that was simultaneously sacred and transgressive. The running of the Luperci also served as a purification ritual for the city, with the runners symbolically marking and protecting Rome's boundaries while driving away evil influences. The festival continued for over 1,000 years, surviving the transition from republic to empire, persisting even after Christianity became Rome's official religion. Pope Gelasius I finally abolished Lupercalia in 494 CE, replacing it with the Feast of the Purification of the Virgin Mary, which eventually evolved into Candlemas. Some scholars see connections between Lupercalia and later Valentine's Day, celebrated on February 14th, though the links are speculative. What is certain is that Lupercalia represented fertility worship in its most direct and physical form, a ritual acknowledgement that civilization and refinement were thin veneers over primal forces of sexuality, violence, and animal nature that could not be entirely suppressed, but had to be periodically acknowledged and channeled through ritual performance. In the town of Dan Sai in northeastern Thailand, the annual Phai Ta Khon festival, also called the Ghost Festival, transforms the community into a riot of color, noise, and supernatural chaos. The festival has roots in Buddhist stories of the Buddha's penultimate incarnation, but it incorporates older animist beliefs about spirits and ghosts. During Phai Ta Khon, young men dress in elaborate costumes to become ghosts or spirits. The costumes are constructed from carved wooden masks, often with exaggerated features, long tongues, and enormous noses, or other grotesque characteristics. The masks are painted in bright colors, and the bodies are covered with patchwork costumes made from old clothes, creating a ragged, supernatural appearance. Participants carry wooden phalluses, sometimes quite large, which they wave about as they parade through the streets. The festival atmosphere is carnivalesque and rowdy. The ghost dancers perform for crowds, making jokes, sometimes crude or sexual, teasing spectators, and creating general mayhem. They move in groups, dancing to traditional music, occasionally stopping to perform skits or to interact with the audience. The wooden phalluses represent fertility and the creative life force. Their prominent display and use as props in comedy routines acknowledges sexuality, openly in ways normally suppressed in everyday Thai social interactions. The festival serves multiple purposes. It honors Buddhist traditions while incorporating pre-Buddhist spirit beliefs. It provides entertainment and social bonding for the community. It allows for expression of sexuality and crude humor in a sanctioned context. And it blurs the boundary between the living and the dead, the human and the spirit, the orderly and the chaotic. The ghosts parading through Dan Sai are simultaneously frightening and ridiculous, threatening and comic. This ambiguity reflects Buddhist and animist concepts that spirits are neither simply good nor evil, but complex beings that must be acknowledged, entertained, and carefully managed through ritual. The festival has become increasingly popular with tourists in recent decades, which has brought economic benefits, but also concerns about commercialization and loss of authentic religious meaning. Nevertheless, for the people of Dan Sai, Phi Ta Kon remains an important annual event, a time when the boundary between worlds becomes permeable, when spirits walk the streets, and when the community comes together in celebration that acknowledges both the sacred and the profane aspects of existence. Across Japan, various Shinto shrines hold Hadoka Matsuri, or naked festivals, where men participate in rituals wearing only loincloths, fundoshi, despite freezing winter temperatures. The most famous is held at Saidaiji Temple in Okayama in February. Thousands of men, dressed only in white loincloths, crowd into the temple grounds after purifying themselves with cold water. The men have often consumed sake to warm themselves and to create a festive, boisterous atmosphere. At midnight, the priests throw sacred wooden sticks called shinji from a window in the temple's upper level. The crowd below erupts into a chaotic scramble to catch the sticks. Men climb over each other, forming massive piles of bodies, pushing and shoving in desperate attempts to grab the shinji. The competition is intense and can be dangerous, with injuries not uncommon. The man who successfully catches the shinji and manages to insert it into a wooden box filled with rice will receive blessings and good fortune for the entire year. In some versions, he must make it out of the temple and to a specific location while the crowd tries to steal the stick from him. The near-nakedness serves multiple purposes. Practically, it prevents cheating, as there is nowhere to hide a captured stick. Ritually, it represents purification and equality, as all participants are stripped to the same basic state. The cold adds an element of endurance and sacrifice. The chaotic scramble creates an intense, almost violent competition that releases social tensions and allows for physical aggression in a sanctioned context. Hadoka Matsuri festivals, found in various forms throughout Japan, often occur during winter's coldest months, and the combination of cold, near nudity, alcohol, and competition creates an experience that is both ordeal and celebration. These festivals have ancient origins in Shinto purification practices and agricultural rituals, where the fertility of the coming year had to be ensured through proper human action. The man who captures the sacred stick is believed to absorb its divine power, becoming a conduit for blessings that will benefit the entire community. Despite the apparent chaos and the modern addition of alcohol and tourist spectators, Hadoka Matsuri remains a deeply religious event, a moment when men ritually strip away social distinctions, return to a more primal state, and compete for divine favor in a manner that acknowledges both the violence and the necessity of human competition. In the Philippines, particularly in the town of Calibo on Panay Island, the Otiatihan Festival is held every January in honor of the Santo Niño, the Holy Child Jesus. The festival's name comes from the Oti people, the indigenous inhabitants of the Philippines before the arrival of Malay settlers. During Otiatihan, participants paint their faces and bodies black, wear indigenous costumes, and dance through the streets in imitation of the Oti. The festival's origins combine Catholic and pre-Christian elements. According to legend, Malay settlers purchased land from the Oti people and celebrated the peace agreement by painting themselves with soot and dancing with the indigenous people. Later, the festival was adapted to honor the Santo Niño, blending indigenous celebration with Catholic veneration. Modern Otiatihin features massive street parades where groups called tribes compete in elaborate choreographed dances. Participants wear colorful costumes decorated with feathers, beads, and indigenous patterns. They carry shields and spears as props. Most controversially, they darken their skin with paint or soot, an element of the festival that has drawn increasing criticism as awareness of blackface's offensive nature in other contexts has spread. The festival atmosphere is ecstatic. Drums beat constantly. Dancers move in coordinated but frenetic patterns. Spectators join in spontaneously. Alcohol flows freely. The celebration continues for days, with religious processions and masses interspersed with the street dancing. The religious and secular elements blend seamlessly, with dancers shouting Holabira, Puera Pasma, which roughly translates to keep going, strain away, as they honor the Santo Niño. The practice of darkening skin to honor the Oti represents complex cultural dynamics. It is understood locally as tribute rather than mockery, a recognition of the indigenous people's priority, and a celebration of Filipino diversity. However, as global conversations about race and representation have evolved, some Filipinos have begun questioning whether the practice should continue or be modified. The debate reflects broader tensions between preserving traditional practices and adapting to changing ethical understandings. Regardless of these controversies, Otiatihin remains one of the Philippines' most important festivals, drawing hundreds of thousands of participants and spectators annually, representing Filipino identity through a complex layering of indigenous, Malay, and Catholic traditions, where celebration becomes a site of cultural negotiation and religious syncretism. The Yoruba people of Nigeria, Benin, and Togo perform jellied masquerades to honor and appease powerful female ancestors and spirits known as the mothers, or Ayawa. These women, both living elderly women and deceased ancestors, are believed to possess special powers that can be used for the community's benefit or harm. The jellied ceremony is performed to ensure that the mothers use their powers beneficially, bringing fertility, prosperity, and protection rather than illness, infertility, and misfortune. The masquerade involves elaborate masks carved from wood, usually depicting female faces with serene expressions. The masks are painted in bright colors and topped with complex superstructures that might include scenes from daily life, animals, or symbols of power and wealth. The masks are worn by male dancers, as women are considered too powerful to safely embody the mothers in this ritualized form. The masked dancers perform in pairs in the central marketplace or public square. They dance in elaborate costumes that include layered fabrics, creating an impression of abundant, powerful femininity. The dancing is accompanied by singing that praises individual women in the community, acknowledges their contributions, and sometimes gently satirizes social behavior. The songs contain layers of meaning, with direct statements on the surface, but coded criticisms or teachings underneath. The jellied performance serves multiple social functions. It honors women and female power in a culture where daily life is often male-dominated. It provides entertainment and social commentary through the songs and the sculptural superstructures on masks, which might depict current events or social issues. It reinforces community values and cohesion through shared participation and observation. And most fundamentally, it manages spiritual forces. The mothers are ambiguous figures, simultaneously creative and destructive, life-giving and death-dealing. Their power must be acknowledged and properly channeled. The jellied ceremony performs this channeling, using art, dance, music, and spectacle to please the mothers and encourage their benevolence. The tradition has been recognized by UNESCO as a masterpiece of the oral and intangible heritage of humanity, ensuring that efforts are made to preserve it even as Yoruba communities face modernization and religious change. Christian and Muslim Yoruba have sometimes abandoned jellied, viewing it as incompatible with monotheistic faiths, but others have found ways to maintain the tradition while also practicing Christianity or Islam. The jellied masks, with their serene faces and elaborate superstructures, represent a sophisticated aesthetic tradition and a complex theology that understands power, particularly female power, as requiring constant ritual attention and respect. In Ireland, certain trees, particularly hawthorns growing in isolated locations or at crossroads, were believed to be homes of the fairy folk, the Sidhe. These fairy trees were considered sacred and dangerous. Cutting one down, or even damaging it, would bring terrible misfortune, illness, death of livestock, or ruin to crops. Stories circulated in every community about people who had harmed fairy trees and suffered immediate retribution. A farmer who cut down a hawthorn to expand his field might find his cattle dead within days. A road builder who removed a tree blocking the planned route might have an accident or fall seriously ill. These stories, whether actual accounts or cautionary tales, served to protect certain trees and the landscape features associated with them. Fairy trees marked significant places in the landscape: old burial sites, ancient pathways, boundaries between properties or territories. By making these trees untouchable through supernatural sanction, the tradition preserved landscape memory and maintained connection to pre-Christian sacred geography. When roads were being built or farms modernized, if a fairy tree stood in the way, the solution was not to remove it, but to work around it. Roads would curve inexplicably to avoid a single hawthorn. Fields would contain odd unplowed patches surrounding a protected tree. In some cases, people would tie ribbons, strips of cloth, or other offerings to fairy trees, asking for blessings or healing. These clooty trees, covered in ribbons and fabric strips, became pilgrimage sites where the boundary between human and fairy worlds was particularly thin. The practice reflected older Celtic beliefs about nature spirits and sacred groves, partially Christianized into fairy lore, but maintaining pre-Christian reverence for nature's power. As Ireland modernized during the 20th century, many dismissed fairy tree beliefs as superstition. Some trees were cut down without consequence, or at least without consequences that could be definitively attributed to the cutting. However, even in recent decades, construction projects have been delayed or rerouted to avoid controversial trees. In 1999, a planned motorway in County Clare was delayed for years, partly due to concerns about a fairy tree in the route. Engineers and developers learned that it was often easier and cheaper to respect local beliefs than to fight them, even if they themselves did not share those beliefs. The fairy tree tradition represents how supernatural beliefs can serve conservation functions, how fear can protect what reason alone might not preserve, and how communities maintain connections to older worldviews even in modern, secular contexts. With the trees themselves standing as living monuments to a time when humans understood themselves as sharing the landscape with powerful invisible neighbors who demanded respect and careful negotiation. In Bhutan, a small Buddhist kingdom in the Himalayas, phallus symbols are surprisingly common in public spaces, painted on walls, carved into doorways, or flying from flagpoles as decorations. This practice honors Drukpa Kunli, a Tibetan Buddhist saint who lived in the 15th century and is known as the Divine Madman. Drukpa Kunli traveled throughout Bhutan, using outrageous behavior, sexual metaphors, and crude humor to teach Buddhist principles. He seduced women as part of his teaching, drank heavily, sang irreverent songs, and used his penis, which he called his thunderbolt of flaming wisdom, as a metaphor for enlightenment. According to legends, he subdued demons by hitting them with his penis, or by having sex with demonesses to convert them to Buddhism. He established monasteries, taught meditation, and wrote poetry, but always in unconventional, shocking ways that challenged religious hypocrisy and rigid thinking. After his death, Drukpa Kunli became one of Bhutan's most beloved saints. The phallus symbols displayed throughout Bhutan honor his memory and invoke his protection. The painted or carved phalluses are believed to ward off evil, bring fertility, and protect households from malevolent spirits and gossip. They are not considered obscene but sacred, protective symbols associated with the enlightened being who used sexuality and outrage as teaching tools. Bhutanese people, including grandmothers and monks, feel no embarrassment about phallus decorations. They might be painted realistically or stylized, sometimes with ribbons, sometimes ejaculating, sometimes with wings or anthropomorphic features. They appear on monastery walls alongside traditional Buddhist symbols, on house facades in mountain villages, and as wooden sculptures carried in religious festivals. The tradition challenges Western assumptions about Buddhism as ascetic and prudish, revealing a tradition that can be irreverent, earthy, and comfortable with sexuality when approached from enlightened perspective. Drukpa Kunli's legacy suggests that wisdom can be found in unexpected places, that crude humor can carry profound truth, and that rejection of conventions, even shocking sexual conventions, can be a path to enlightenment. For Bhutanese people, the flying phallus flags are not provocations, but normal religious expressions, simultaneously protective charms, tributes to a beloved saint, and reminders that Buddhist wisdom embraces all aspects of human existence, even those that make outsiders uncomfortable or confused. Easter Island, or Rapa Nui as its inhabitants call it, is famous for its massive stone statues, the moai, but the island also hosted one of the most dramatic ritual competitions ever devised, the Birdman ceremony, or Tangata Monu. By the 17th and 18th centuries, Rapa Nui society had become environmentally stressed, with deforestation and resource depletion creating social tensions. Traditional leadership structures, based on hereditary chiefs, were supplemented by the Birdman competition, an annual contest that determined spiritual and political leadership for the coming year. The competition took place in spring when migratory Sooty terns arrived at small islets off Rapa Nui's southwestern coast to lay eggs. Competitors, representatives of different clans, would descend the sheer cliffs of Orongo, a ceremonial village perched on the crater rim of the Reino Kau volcano. These cliffs dropped over 1,000 feet to the ocean below. The competitors would climb down the cliff face, swim through rough, shark-infested waters to the islet of Motu Nui, nearly a mile offshore, and search for the first tern egg of the season. The first to find an egg would swim back through the rough seas, climb the cliff while protecting the egg, which had to remain intact, and present it to his patron. The patron would be declared the Birdman for the year, receiving sacred status and political authority. He would live in seclusion for a year, his head shaved, and would be considered tapu or sacred. His clan would receive privileges and authority over the island. The competition was extremely dangerous. Cliffs were sheer and slippery. The ocean was cold and rough. Sharks patrolled the waters. Competitors sometimes waited on the islets for weeks if birds were late arriving, camping in caves and enduring harsh conditions. Deaths were common. Some competitors fell from cliffs. Others drowned or were taken by sharks. The risks were accepted because the rewards, social prestige, political power, and spiritual status were worth the danger. The Birdman cult represented a shift from the earlier moai building culture toward a more militaristic, competitive society. Rather than investing resources in monument construction, energy went into this annual contest. The ceremony continued until the mid-19th century when Christian missionaries arrived and suppressed it as pagan. The ceremonial village of Orongo remains, with petroglyphs of birdmen carved into rocks, showing human figures with bird heads. The Birdman tradition demonstrates how extreme competition, ritualized risk-taking, and the deliberate courting of death can become the basis for religious and political authority. How societies under stress might channel tensions into dramatic contests, and how leadership can be earned through demonstrated courage rather than inherited through birth, creating social systems where power must be renewed and proven annually through trial by ordeal. In Venice during the Renaissance and early modern periods, a peculiar wedding tradition developed. On the day after the wedding, the bride's family would display broken glassware outside their home. The more glass that was broken, the wealthier and more important the family was demonstrating themselves to be. Venice was the center of European glassmaking, and fine Venetian glass was extraordinarily valuable, exported throughout Europe and the Mediterranean. For a family to deliberately break significant quantities of this precious commodity was a dramatic display of wealth. The practice likely had multiple origins and meanings. Breaking objects at weddings exists in many cultures, often symbolizing the breaking of the bride's hymen, or the irreversible nature of the marriage bond. In the Jewish tradition of breaking a glass under the wedding canopy, the breaking represents the destruction of the temple or the fragility of human happiness. The Venetian practice added an element of conspicuous consumption and competitive display. Wealthy families would compete to see who could display the most broken glass, demonstrating not just wealth, but the willingness to destroy wealth for social prestige. The broken glass also served as proof that a wedding feast had occurred and had been sufficiently lavish. The quality and quantity of broken glass indicated how elaborate the celebration had been, how many guests had been served, and how expensive the tableware had been. Neighbors and passers-by could assess a family's status by examining the pile of glittering shards. The practice eventually declined as glass became less expensive, and as social attitudes shifted toward viewing such waste as vulgar rather than impressive. By the 19th century, the tradition had largely disappeared, though its memory lingered in Venetian culture. The practice represents a fascinating intersection of material culture, social display, and ritual symbolism, where the destruction of valuable objects became a form of communication, where waste was transformed into prestige, and where the wedding celebration extended beyond the event itself into the physical remains left for public evaluation, turning garbage into a statement of wealth, and turning the morning after into an opportunity for social competition and display. The continuation of human societies has always depended on successful reproduction, and cultures have developed elaborate systems to manage courtship, marriage, fertility, and the transition to adulthood. These were never simple biological processes, but complex social negotiations surrounded by ritual, testing, and transformation. Marriage joined not just individuals but families, clans, and sometimes entire communities. Fertility was not taken for granted, but actively sought through ceremony and sacrifice. The transition from child to adult required proof, often through ordeals that demonstrated readiness for the responsibilities of procreation and family life. What follows are traditions that surrounded the most fundamental human activities, love and reproduction, with layers of meaning, obligation, and sacred attention. The Fulani people of West Africa, as mentioned earlier in the context of endurance trials, use the Shero ceremony not only as a demonstration of courage, but specifically as a courtship ritual. When a young Fulani man wishes to marry a particular woman, he must prove his worthiness through the Shero beating contest. The young man who can endure the most pain without showing weakness demonstrates that he possesses the strength of character necessary to be a good husband and provider. The young woman and her family observe the contest, evaluating not just the physical endurance, but the demeanor, the dignity maintained under suffering, and the character revealed through ordeal. A man who cries out or flinches, or shows fear loses not just the contest, but his opportunity to marry that particular woman. She and her family can reject his suit on grounds that he has proven himself unworthy. The public nature of the Shero means that the entire community witnesses the young man's performance, and his reputation as marriageable or unmarriageable spreads accordingly. For young women, the Shero provides clear, objective criteria for evaluating potential husbands. In societies where women often have limited choice in marriage partners, the Shero gives women and their families some power to reject unsuitable matches based on demonstrated inadequacy rather than subjective preference. The practice also creates intense competition among young men, driving them to cultivate pain tolerance and emotional control from early ages. The knowledge that marriage prospects depend on Shero performance motivates young men to prepare, to undergo preliminary trials, and to seek guidance from older men who have successfully endured the ceremony. The intertwining of courtship with physical ordeal reflects values that prioritize endurance, stoicism, and strength over romantic love or compatibility in the modern sense. The ideal husband is not the most charming or affectionate, but the one who can suffer without complaint, who can endure hardship to provide for his family, and who demonstrates these qualities publicly before marriage rather than revealing them only after commitment has been made. The Wayo people of the Guajira Peninsula in Colombia and Venezuela practice a rigorous coming-of-age ritual for girls called the blanket ceremony. When a Wayuu girl experiences her first menstruation, she enters a period of seclusion that can last months or even over a year. The girl is confined to a small, dark space within the family home, often a corner sectioned off with blankets or a small separate structure. During this time, she is largely cut off from the outside world. She cannot go outside. She cannot socialize with friends. Her movements are restricted, and she spends most of her time sitting or lying down. Her diet is severely restricted, often limited to bland foods and small portions, designed to weaken her physically. The purpose of this harsh treatment is transformation. The girl who enters seclusion must emerge as a woman, and this requires the death of her childhood self. The physical deprivation, the darkness, the isolation, all work to break down her former identity. During seclusion, she is instructed by elder women, learning Wayuu traditions, women's responsibilities, craft skills, and knowledge about marriage and sexuality. She learns to weave, creating intricate textiles that are central to Wayuu culture and economy. The weaving serves both practical and spiritual purposes. Practically, it gives her a skill that will contribute to her family's wealth. Spiritually, the repetitive motion and the creation of complex patterns in darkness trains patience and precision. Her hair is cut short at the beginning of seclusion and allowed to grow back during the isolation period. When she finally emerges, she has new hair, symbolizing her new identity. At the end of the seclusion period, a large ceremony called the Yona is held. The young woman emerges, now considered ready for marriage. She is dressed in elaborate traditional clothing and jewelry, often representing significant family wealth. She dances in front of the assembled community, her family, neighboring Wayuu groups, and potential suitors. The dance is a display of her training, her endurance, her beauty, and her readiness for adult life. Men who are interested in courting her give gifts to her family, beginning the long negotiation process that may eventually lead to marriage. The Wayuu seclusion ceremony represents one of the most dramatic transformations from child to adult found anywhere in the world, using sensory deprivation and physical hardship to create psychological and social rebirth, ensuring that every Wayuu woman understands that adulthood is earned through suffering, and that marriage comes only after proving one's ability to endure isolation, hardship, and the discipline necessary for adult responsibilities. The practice of land diving in Vanuatu, mentioned earlier in the context of pain and endurance, also serves as a fertility ritual directly connected to the yam harvest. The Nagal ceremony is performed specifically to ensure abundant yam crops, which are the staple food for the island communities. The connection between the dangerous dives and agricultural fertility is direct and explicitly understood by participants. When the divers leap from the tower and their heads brush the ground, this physical contact with the earth is believed to fertilize the soil. The harder the impact, the better the harvest will be. Young men who have reached marriageable age often use the land diving as a way to prove themselves to potential wives and their families. A young man's first jump demonstrates that he has reached adult status and is ready for marriage. The higher he jumps from and the closer he comes to the ground, the more impressed the community will be, and the better his marriage prospects become. The land diving season coincides with the growing season for yams. As the towers are built and the vines are selected and prepared, the yams are in the ground, beginning their growth. The ceremonies continue over several weeks, with multiple men jumping each day. The accumulated impacts of dozens of jumps, bodies striking the earth again and again, represents concentrated human sacrifice and courage offered to ensure that the earth responds with abundance. The ceremony brings the entire community together, creating social cohesion during a critical time in the agricultural cycle. The combination of agricultural magic, coming-of-age ritual, and courtship display in a single dangerous ceremony demonstrates how traditional societies integrated multiple social functions into unified ritual complexes. The land dive is not just one thing, but simultaneously a sacrifice to ensure fertility, a test of manhood, a courtship display, a community celebration, and a reaffirmation of cultural identity and tradition, all accomplished through young men risking their lives in spectacular leaps that make the invisible connection between human courage and earthly abundance temporarily, dramatically visible. The Lisu people of the mountains of southwest China, Thailand, Myanmar, and northern India practice a courtship ritual involving crossbows. During festivals, particularly at the New Year, young unmarried people gather for ceremonies that include competitive games. Young men demonstrate their skill with crossbows by shooting at targets. But the Lisu crossbow ritual goes beyond simple target practice. Young women position themselves at a distance, and young men shoot small, specially made crossbow bolts in their direction. The bolts are not designed to cause serious injury, but they do sting when they hit. A young woman who catches the interest of a young man might find herself the target of his bolts. If she is interested in him, she will allow herself to be struck, accepting the small pain as a sign of his interest and her reciprocation. If she is not interested, she will dodge or move away, signaling rejection. The practice provides a physical, public way for young people to communicate romantic interest in a culture where direct verbal expression of such interest might be considered inappropriate. The young man demonstrates his shooting skill, which translates to hunting ability, and thus his capacity to provide for a family. The young woman demonstrates her courage by accepting being struck, and her discernment by choosing which suitors to accept and which to avoid. The ritual also has fertility dimensions. The penetration of the bolt, however minor, symbolizes sexual penetration. The woman's acceptance of being struck symbolizes sexual receptivity. The practice enacts in symbolic, safe form the sexual relationship that might eventually develop if the courtship succeeds. The crossbow courtship provides entertainment for the entire community and allows careful observation of which young people are pairing off, information that families use when negotiating marriages. The practice has declined in recent decades as Lisu people have increasingly adopted mainstream modern Chinese, Thai, or Burmese cultural practices, and as crossbow skills have become less central to daily life. However, in more traditional Lisu communities, particularly in remote mountain areas, the crossbow courtship continues, maintaining a unique tradition where weapons become instruments of courtship, where violence and romance merge, and where the first step toward marriage involves deliberately inflicting small amounts of pain to test interest and compatibility. The Toda people of the Nilgirai Hills in southern India are a small community, numbering only a few thousand, who traditionally herded water buffalo and developed elaborate rituals around dairy production. For the Toda, buffalo were not merely economic assets but sacred beings, and the production of milk and milk products was surrounded by religious ceremony. Certain dairies were designated as sacred dairies, and only men who had undergone specific purification rituals could enter them or handle the milk and equipment within. These dairymen, called palal, lived under strict restrictions. They had to maintain ritual purity, avoiding contact with death, with menstruating women, and with various polluting substances. They ate separately from others and followed dietary restrictions. The sacred dairy itself was a sacred structure, built according to precise specifications, and entry was forbidden to all but the palal. The milk from sacred dairies was used in ritual contexts, offered to deities, or consumed only during ceremonies. The elaborate system of sacred dairies and ritual purity connected to them was intimately tied to Toda marriage and kinship structures. The Toda practiced polyandry, where a woman might be married to several brothers simultaneously. This was partly due to skewed sex ratios resulting from historical female infanticide, a practice later abandoned. When a Toda woman became pregnant, a ritual called the bow and arrow ceremony was performed. One of her husbands would present her with a ceremonial bow and arrow, and the child would be considered his. This did not prevent the woman from continuing sexual relations with her other husbands, but it established paternity for that particular child. The ritual of giving the bow and arrow was public and witnessed, creating social recognition of paternity in a polyandrous system where biological paternity might be uncertain. The connection between sacred dairies and fertility between ritual purity and reproduction, reflects Toda worldview where human fertility, animal fertility, and agricultural or pastoral abundance were all interconnected. The proper maintenance of sacred spaces and ritual restrictions ensured prosperity in all domains. As the Toda have modernized and decreased in population, many traditional practices have weakened. Sacred dairies are less common, and the strict purity rules are less universally followed. However, the Toda continue to maintain their distinct identity, and elements of the sacred dairy system persist, representing a worldview where fertility, whether of women, buffalo, or land, requires constant ritual attention, and where the sacred permeates daily economic activities like milk production, transforming mundane tasks into religious obligations. The Kikuyu people of Kenya practice circumcision for both boys and girls as a central rite of passage, though female circumcision has become increasingly controversial and is now illegal in Kenya and condemned by international organizations. Traditionally, circumcision marked the transition from childhood to adulthood and was accompanied by lengthy initiation processes. Young people undergoing circumcision would be taken to secluded areas where they would receive instruction from elders about adult responsibilities, tribal traditions, and sacred knowledge. During the circumcision ceremony itself, the initiates were expected to endure the pain without showing fear or crying out. Any sign of weakness would bring shame to the individual and their entire family. The initiates would be held by sponsors, usually older relatives, while a traditional circumciser performed the operation using a knife. For boys, the foreskin was removed. For girls, the practice varied, but typically involved removing part or all of the clitoris, and sometimes the labia. The physical pain was understood as necessary transformation, the cutting away of childhood to create space for adult identity. After circumcision, the initiates would spend weeks or months in seclusion, recovering from the operation and undergoing intensive education. They would learn secret knowledge, tribal history, ethical codes, and practical skills. They would be instructed in their responsibilities as adult men or women, including their roles in marriage, parenting, and community life. When they finally emerged from seclusion, they had new names, new social status, and new rights and responsibilities. They could now marry, own property, and participate in adult community decisions. The Kikuyu circumcision ceremonies created strong bonds among age mates, those who were circumcised together. These age-set bonds often lasted throughout life, creating social networks based on shared ordeal. The practice also reinforced tribal identity and gender roles. A person who had not been circumcised was considered a child regardless of biological age, and could not participate fully in Kikuyu society. During British colonial rule, missionaries and administrators attempted to suppress circumcision, particularly female circumcision. This led to significant conflict, and many Kikuyu people viewed the anti-circumcision campaign as an attack on their culture and identity. The controversy contributed to anti-colonial sentiment and eventual Kenyan independence movements. Today, male circumcision continues widely among the Kikuyu, often performed in hospitals rather than through traditional methods, but still considered an important cultural practice. Female circumcision has declined significantly due to legal prohibitions, education about health consequences, and changing attitudes, though it continues in some communities. The practice represents the complex intersections of tradition, gender, colonialism, and human rights, where practices understood as essential cultural identity by insiders are viewed as harmful violations by outsiders, creating ongoing debates about cultural relativism, women's rights, and the appropriate balance between respecting tradition and protecting individuals from practices now widely recognized as harmful. The Bemba people of Zambia conduct an elaborate female initiation ceremony called chisangu, which prepares girls for marriage and adult life. Unlike many initiation rituals that focus primarily on physical ordeals, chisangu emphasizes education, artistic expression, and the transmission of sacred knowledge from older women to younger. When a girl reaches puberty, or when she is about to be married, she undergoes the chisangu ceremony, which can last anywhere from a few weeks to several months depending on local traditions and the girl's family circumstances. The ceremony is conducted by Nasambusa, older women who are specialists in the ritual and who possess deep knowledge of Bemba traditions. The girl being initiated is secluded from men and from general community life. She stays in a special hut or area with the Nasambusa and other women who assist in the initiation. During the seclusion period, the girl learns about sexuality, reproduction, marriage responsibilities, childcare, and proper behavior as a Bemba woman. But Chisungu is not merely verbal instruction. It involves elaborate performance, song, dance, and art. The walls of the initiation hut are decorated with mbuza, sacred wall paintings created specifically for each ceremony. These paintings depict symbols representing different aspects of womanhood, sexuality, fertility, and social relationships. The images are abstract and symbolic, requiring interpretation by the Nasambusa. Each painting is accompanied by songs that explain its meaning and teach lessons about life, relationships, and proper conduct. The girl learns dozens of these songs, memorizing them through repetition. She participates in ritual dances that enact relationships between men and women, between wives and husbands, between mothers and children. She learns craft skills, particularly pottery, which is women's work among the Bemba. The pottery created during Chisungu has ritual significance and demonstrates the girl's readiness for domestic responsibilities. The ceremony concludes with a public display where the girl, now considered a woman, is presented to the community. She performs some of the dances she has learned, demonstrating her transformation. Her family hosts a feast, and she is formally recognized as eligible for marriage. Chisungu represents one of the most elaborate and sophisticated female initiation systems documented by anthropologists. It transforms girls into women not through physical ordeal, but through intensive education, artistic creation, and participation in sacred traditions. The ceremony ensures that knowledge about sexuality, fertility, and social relationships is transmitted from experienced women to novices in controlled, sacred contexts, rather than being learned haphazardly. The involvement of the entire female community in Chisungu ceremonies creates strong bonds among women and reinforces women's spheres of knowledge and authority in Bemba society. The Tehuelche people were nomadic hunters of the Patagonian grasslands in southern Argentina and Chile, now largely absorbed into mestizo populations, but historically distinct. Tehuelche marriage customs involved the exchange of cloaks or robes made from guanaco skins. These cloaks, called quilangos, were essential items of clothing in the cold Patagonian climate, providing warmth and protection. They were also items of significant economic value, as creating one required hunting multiple guanacos, preparing the skins, and skillfully sewing them together. When a Tehuelche man wished to marry, he would present a quilango to the young woman's father, or to her, if she had no father. The quality of the cloak demonstrated the man's hunting skill, his ability to provide, and his commitment to the potential marriage. The woman or her family could accept or reject the cloak. Acceptance indicated willingness to proceed with marriage negotiations. Rejection meant the suit was declined. If the cloak was accepted, the woman's family would reciprocate with a cloak of their own or with other valuable items, such as decorated guanaco skin robes, jewelry made from shells or stones, or horses once the Tehuelche had incorporated horse culture after European contact. The exchange established reciprocal obligations between families and symbolized the joining of two family groups, not just two individuals. The cloaks themselves carried symbolic meaning beyond their practical value. The guanaco skin represented the natural world and the hunter's ability to take life and transform it into sustenance and protection. The careful preparation of skins and the skilled sewing represented domestic expertise and cultural knowledge. The warmth provided by the cloak symbolized the warmth and protection that spouses should provide each other. The exchange of cloaks, items that literally covered and protected the body, represented the new relationship that would provide social and emotional covering and protection. Tehuelche culture was devastated by European colonization disease, and the appropriation of their lands. Their population declined catastrophically during the 19th and 20th centuries. Traditional nomadic life became impossible, and most Tehuelche were forced onto reservations or integrated into Argentine and Chilean society. Traditional practices, including the cloak exchange marriage customs, largely disappeared. Today, people of Tehuelche descent work to preserve what remains of their culture and to document traditions that are remembered by elders, but much has been permanently lost, including the detailed social meanings and emotional textures that surrounded practices like the Quilango exchange, leaving only bare ethnographic descriptions of what was once a rich, meaningful system of courtship and marriage. The Washoe people of the Great Basin region around Lake Tahoe in California and Nevada depended heavily on pine nuts, or pinyon nuts, as a staple food. The pine nut harvest occurred in autumn and was critical for winter survival. Adequate supplies of pine nuts could mean the difference between a comfortable winter and starvation. The Washoe held an annual pine nut festival that combined thanksgiving for the harvest, prayers for future abundance, and ritual competitions that sometimes resembled warfare. Different Washoe bands or family groups would gather at traditional harvesting areas. The harvest itself was highly regulated by tradition. Certain individuals had rights to harvest from specific trees or areas, and these rights were inherited and carefully protected. Disputes over harvesting rights could lead to conflict, and the annual gathering became an occasion for resolving these disputes through formalized competitions. These ritual contests involved throwing pine cones, racing, gambling, and sometimes mock battles. The competitions served multiple purposes. They established or confirmed hierarchy among different groups and individuals. They provided entertainment and social bonding. They allowed young people to meet potential marriage partners from other bands. And they channeled potential violence over resource competition into structured, non-lethal forms. A young Washoe man who excelled in the competitions gained status that made him attractive as a marriage partner. Young women from other bands could observe the men competing, evaluating their strength, skill, and character. Parents evaluated potential sons-in-law based on their performance. Marriages between different Washoe bands were encouraged as they created alliances and helped distribute resources and labor more efficiently across the landscape. The pine nut harvest and associated festivals were so central to Washoe identity that the people's name for themselves, Washishu, means people from here, with here referring specifically to the pinyon pine forests of the Lake Tahoe Basin. When European American settlement disrupted Washoe access to traditional pine nut groves, taking over the land for ranching, logging, and tourism, the loss went far beyond mere food security. It struck at the heart of Washoe cultural identity, seasonal cycles, and social structures. The inability to hold traditional pine nut festivals undermined courtship practices, interband relations, and the transmission of cultural knowledge to younger generations. Today, as the Washoe work to preserve their culture and regain some traditional lands, the Pine Nut Festival has been revived in modified form, serving not just as cultural preservation, but as a reconnection to landscape, to tradition, and to the cycles of harvest and celebration that once structured Washoe life and made possible the meetings, courtships, and marriages that continued the people into the future. The Ainu people of Hokkaido in northern Japan and nearby regions practiced a complex ceremony called Iomant, the bear-sending ceremony. The Ainu believed that gods or spirits called kamui visited the human world by taking animal form. The bear was one of the most important kamui, a powerful mountain deity. When Ainu hunters killed a bear or found a bear cub, they treated it with great reverence. Bear cubs might be captured and raised within Ainu villages for 2 or 3 years, treated as honored guests. The cub would be fed, allowed to play with children, and given affection. But this was not sentimentality. The Ainu were raising the bear specifically to send its spirit back to the kamui world in an elaborate ceremony that would honor the deity and ensure continued blessings. When the time came for the Iomant, the village would gather in celebration. The bear would be brought out, thanked for visiting the human world, and told that it was time to return home. The ceremony involved prayers, songs, dancing, and offerings. Then the bear would be killed, usually by shooting with many arrows, so that all the men of the village shared responsibility, followed by strangling or other methods to ensure quick death. The killing was done with respect and sorrow, not cruelty. After death, the bear's skull would be decorated and placed in a position of honor. The meat would be consumed in a communal feast, with special portions reserved for honored guests and family heads. The fur and other parts would be used and treasured. But the essential purpose was sending the bear's spirit back to the Kamui world, loaded with gifts, prayers, and messages. The Ainu believed that if the ceremony was performed properly, the bear Kamui would return to the divine realm and speak well of the Ainu people, encouraging other Kamui to visit the human world, meaning more abundant hunting and gathering. The ceremony had fertility dimensions. The proper relationship with Kamui ensured abundance of food, which allowed communities to grow and marriages to occur. The communal feast brought people together, creating opportunities for courtship and marriage arrangements. The distribution of meat and bear parts followed kinship rules and reinforced social relationships, including marriage alliances between families. The Io map represented Ainu cosmology in action, demonstrating how they understood the relationship between humans, animals, and gods, where killing was not merely taking life, but part of a sacred cycle of reciprocal exchange. The ceremony was suppressed by Japanese authorities as Japan asserted control over Hokkaido, viewing Ainu practices as primitive. Ainu people were pressured to assimilate into Japanese culture, and traditional practices largely ceased. Today, some Ainu cultural activists work to preserve and revive traditional practices, though the Iomant remains controversial and is not widely practiced. It stands as a profound example of how hunting, spirituality, community celebration, and fertility could be integrated into a single ritual complex, where death becomes an act of love, where violence serves sacred purposes, and where maintaining proper relationships with the invisible world ensures abundance in the visible one. Throughout human history, survival has depended on relationships with animals. These were not simple relationships of domination or exploitation, but complex partnerships, negotiations, and spiritual exchanges. Animals provided food, clothing, transportation, and tools, but they were also teachers, spiritual guides, and sometimes adversaries in cosmic dramas. Humans honored the animals they killed, made pacts with those they domesticated, and developed elaborate rituals to maintain the delicate balance between taking life and preserving it. What follows are traditions where the boundary between human and animal was carefully negotiated, where survival depended on understanding animal nature, and where respect for animal life was expressed through ceremony that acknowledged debt and maintained relationships that transcended mere utility. The Kazakh and Kyrgyz peoples of Central Asia, particularly those living in the mountainous regions of Mongolia, Kazakhstan, and Western China, practice a tradition of hunting with trained golden eagles. These are not small falcons, but massive raptors with wingspans exceeding 7 feet and talons powerful enough to kill wolves and foxes. The practice of eagle hunting is passed down through families, with knowledge and techniques transmitted from father to son or from master to apprentice. The hunter must first obtain a young eagle, either by taking a chick from a nest or, more commonly, by trapping a juvenile eagle during its first year. This is dangerous work, as adult eagles will fiercely defend their nests. Once captured, the eagle must be trained, a process requiring extraordinary patience and skill that can take years. The eagle must learn to trust the hunter, to return to him after kills, to hunt specific prey, and to obey commands. The training involves keeping the eagle awake for extended periods, a technique called manning, which breaks down the bird's wild independence and creates a bond with the human handler. The hunter wears a thick leather glove, as even a trained eagle's talons can pierce flesh. During hunts, which typically occur in winter when fur is thickest and most valuable, the hunter rides on horseback across snowy mountains, carrying the eagle on his arm. When prey is spotted, usually foxes or sometimes wolves, the eagle is released. It flies ahead, attacks from above, and holds the prey with its talons until the hunter arrives to complete the kill. The relationship between hunter and eagle is understood as partnership rather than simple ownership. The eagle is treated with respect, fed choice portions of meat, and housed in places of honor. After several years of hunting, typically 5 to 7, the eagle is released back into the wild, allowed to mate and live freely. This release is considered essential, a recognition that the eagle has served the hunter and deserves to return to its natural life. Eagle hunters compete in festivals where they demonstrate their birds' training and hunting prowess. These competitions have become important cultural events, preserving traditional knowledge, even as modern life offers fewer economic incentives for the difficult practice of eagle hunting. The tradition represents a remarkable example of human-animal partnership, where wild predators are temporarily recruited as hunting allies through patient training and mutual respect, where the animal's fierce independence is channeled rather than broken, and where the final release acknowledges that the relationship, however close, is temporary and that wild creatures ultimately belong to the wild. The Nenets people are reindeer herders of the Russian Arctic, living in the tundra regions of northern Siberia. Their entire way of life revolves around their reindeer herds, which provide meat, milk, hides for clothing and shelter, bone and antler for tools, and transportation across vast frozen landscapes. The Nenets do not merely keep reindeer as livestock, but maintain a spiritual relationship with them that requires regular ritual attention. Central to this relationship are reindeer sacrifices performed at key moments in the seasonal cycle and during important life events. When a Nenets family moves to new pastures, when a child is born, when someone falls seriously ill, or during major festivals, reindeer may be sacrificed. The choice of which reindeer to sacrifice is important. It must be an animal of the correct color and characteristics for the specific ritual purpose, and often it must be a valuable animal, not a weak or sick one, as the sacrifice must represent genuine offering, not disposal of unwanted livestock. The sacrifice is performed by men, usually the family head or a shaman. The reindeer is killed quickly, often by stabbing to ensure rapid death and minimal suffering. The blood is collected and may be offered to spirits or used in ritual ways. The meat is consumed in a communal feast, with portions distributed according to strict rules that reinforce family and community hierarchies. The hide is processed and used, as wasting any part of the sacrificed animal would be disrespectful. The sacrifice serves multiple purposes. It thanks the spirits for protecting the herd and ensuring its fertility. It marks transitions and important moments, making them sacred through the offering of life. It redistributes resources through the communal consumption of meat. And it acknowledges the fundamental debt that Nenets people owe to reindeer, recognizing that their survival depends entirely on these animals, and that this dependence creates spiritual obligations that must be fulfilled through regular offerings. The Nenets also practice augury through examining the shoulder blades of sacrificed reindeer. After the meat is consumed, the shoulder blade is held over fire until it cracks. The pattern of cracks is interpreted to predict the future, determine the cause of misfortunes, or guide decisions about migration routes and timing. The reindeer thus serves even after death as a medium of communication with spiritual forces. The Nenets' way of life has faced tremendous pressures from Soviet-era collectivization, from resource extraction, particularly oil and gas development in Arctic regions, and from climate change that is rapidly altering tundra ecosystems. Nevertheless, many Nenets families continue traditional reindeer herding and maintain ritual practices, including sacrifices, adapting where necessary, but preserving the core understanding that humans and reindeer are bound together in a relationship that transcends mere economics and requires constant ritual renewal and acknowledgement through the offering of animal life back to the spiritual forces that make all life possible. The Innu people, also known as Montagnais and Naskopi, are indigenous to the Labrador Peninsula in eastern Canada. They were traditionally caribou hunters, following the vast herds that migrated across the northern forests and tundra. The Innu developed sophisticated hunting techniques adapted to their environment and to caribou behavior. One of the most important was the caribou fence hunt, a communal hunting method that could take many animals at once, providing meat sufficient to sustain communities through harsh winters. The caribou fence consisted of long lines of wooden stakes, brush, and sometimes poles with hanging pieces of bark or hide that would flutter in the wind. These fences could extend for miles, constructed in a V shape that gradually narrowed, funneling caribou toward a specific location. At the narrow end of the V was either a water crossing where hunters waited in canoes, a corral where animals could be trapped, or a cliff where stampeding caribou would fall. The construction of the fence required tremendous communal labor and cooperation among families and bands. The fences were built at locations where caribou were known to migrate, based on generations of accumulated knowledge about animal movements and seasonal patterns. When caribou approached, hunters would position themselves along the sides of the V, remaining hidden. As caribou entered the fence system, hunters would reveal themselves behind the animals, shouting and waving, driving the herd forward. The caribou, seeing the fence lines and the fluttering objects, would move away from them and toward the narrow funnel. As panic spread through the herd, the animals would stampede, pressing forward into the trap. At the killing site, whether water, corral, or cliff, hunters would kill as many animals as possible as quickly as possible. This kind of communal hunt could take dozens, or even hundreds of caribou in a single drive. The meat would be butchered immediately, distributed among all participating families, and processed for storage. Some would be eaten fresh in great feasts. Much would be dried or smoked for winter use. Hides would be processed for clothing and shelter. Bones and antlers would be crafted into tools. Nothing was wasted, as the Innu understood that the caribou had given themselves to the people, and wasting any part would be deeply disrespectful and would anger the caribou spirits, potentially driving the herds away in future years. Before and after the hunt, shamans would perform ceremonies to thank the caribou spirits and to ask for continued abundance. Dreams were carefully attended to, as they might contain messages from the caribou master spirit, the being that controlled whether caribou would allow themselves to be hunted. The caribou fence hunt represented not just a hunting technique, but a complex social and spiritual practice that reinforced community bonds through shared labor and shared feast, that demonstrated respect for animal life through careful ritual attention, and that acknowledged human dependence on animal generosity in a worldview where animals chose to give themselves to hunters rather than being simply taken through human skill alone. The Chimbu people of the highlands of Papua New Guinea raise pigs as their most important domestic animals and their primary source of wealth and protein. Pigs are fed, cared for, and allowed to roam relatively freely, often sleeping in the same houses as their human families. Women are primarily responsible for pig care, and strong emotional bonds can develop between women and their pigs. However, pigs are not pets but wealth on hooves, and their ultimate purpose is to be killed and consumed during elaborate feasts called moka, or ceremonial pig killings. These feasts mark important occasions, conclude peace negotiations after conflicts, seal alliances, repay debts, or honor the dead. The preparation for a pig-killing feast can take years. A family or clan must accumulate enough pigs to make an impressive display, as the number and quality of pigs killed reflects directly on the status and wealth of the hosts. When the time comes, hundreds or even thousands of people may gather. The pigs are brought out and displayed, sometimes decorated with paint or ornaments. They are paraded and their virtues proclaimed. Then they are killed, usually by clubbing or shooting with arrows, and butchered immediately. The distribution of pork follows complex social rules. Certain portions go to specific individuals based on kinship, alliance, debt, and status relationships. The distribution is public and carefully observed, as giving too much or too little to particular individuals can create or resolve conflicts. The hosts are evaluated based on their generosity and the quality of the feast. A successful pig-killing feast elevates the host's status, creates obligations in recipients who must eventually reciprocate, and demonstrates the host's ability to accumulate wealth and organize large social events. The feast also provides rare protein to communities whose diets are otherwise dominated by sweet potatoes and other vegetables. The entire community eats well, often consuming amounts of pork that would be impossible to store in the tropical climate. The pig-killing feast serves economic functions, redistributing accumulated wealth, but also social and political functions, creating and maintaining alliances, resolving disputes, and establishing hierarchies. The Chimbu relationship with pigs is complex and contradictory. Pigs are carefully raised and protected, treated almost as family members, yet they are raised specifically to be killed. The moment of killing is not treated as trivial, but as significant and sometimes emotionally difficult. Women who have raised particular pigs may mourn when they are killed. But the killing is necessary for the pigs to fulfill their purpose, to transform living wealth into social capital through distribution and consumption. The practice continues today, though it has been modified by cash economy and modern regulations. Some Chimbu have converted to Christianity and have abandoned traditional feasting practices, while others maintain them as essential expressions of identity and as mechanisms for managing social relationships in communities where traditional leadership and reciprocity remain important despite modern state structures overlaying customary governance systems. The Dani people, also of the highlands of Papua New Guinea, similarly raise pigs and use them in their elaborate ceremonial exchanges. But among the Dani, pigs also played a unique role in conflict resolution and ritual warfare. When disputes arose between Dani groups, whether over land, resources, insults, or other grievances, the conflicts could be resolved through various means, including negotiated settlements that involved pig exchanges. A group that had offended another might offer pigs as compensation. The number and quality of pigs offered indicated the seriousness with which the offending group took the insult and their desire for peace. The acceptance or rejection of the pigs determined whether the conflict could be resolved peacefully or would escalate to violence. In some cases, formal battles would be arranged where warriors from opposing groups would meet on designated battlefields. These battles followed rules and were often more ritual than genuinely destructive, though injuries and deaths could occur. After such battles, pigs would be exchanged as part of peace settlements. The group that wished to end hostilities would offer pigs to the other side. The acceptance of the pigs signaled willingness to cease fighting, at least temporarily. The pigs thus functioned as both currency and symbol, representing wealth, apology, and the desire for peace. The Dani also used pigs in death ceremonies. When an important person died, pigs would be killed and consumed in funerary feasts. The scale of the feast reflected the deceased's importance. A big man, a leader who had accumulated wealth and influence through successful pig exchanges and warfare, might have dozens of pigs killed at his funeral. These pigs would be distributed to those who attended, repaying debts the deceased had incurred and honoring his memory. The Dani understanding of pigs as wealth, as social lubricant, and as ritual necessity created a culture where much of life revolved around pig accumulation and distribution. Young men worked to acquire pigs to attract wives, as a man without pigs could not pay bride wealth. Families raised pigs to participate in exchanges that maintained alliances. Leaders accumulated pigs to demonstrate status and to fund the feasts and distributions that maintained their authority. The pig thus became the currency of Dani social life, the animal upon which an entire complex system of exchange, status, conflict, and resolution was built. As Papua New Guinea modernized, and as cash economy penetrated even remote highland areas, pigs have lost some of their central importance. But they remain culturally significant, and large pig-killing ceremonies still mark important occasions, preserving in modified form traditions where animal wealth translated directly into social power. The Conti people are indigenous to western Siberia along the Ob River and its tributaries, and they traditionally relied heavily on fishing. The rivers provided salmon, sturgeon, and other fish in tremendous abundance during seasonal runs. Conti shamans wore special ceremonial garments made from fish skin, demonstrating the spiritual significance of fish beyond mere food. The process of making fish skin clothing was laborious. Large fish, particularly salmon or sturgeon, would be caught, and their skins carefully removed without tearing. The skins would be cleaned, removing all flesh and scales. They would then be treated through a process of scraping, drying, and working to make them soft and pliable, somewhat similar to preparing animal hide for leather. Multiple fish skins would be sewn together using sinew or fiber thread to create garments, including shirts, pants, and boots. Fish skin clothing was waterproof and durable, practical for people living in wet environments and working on rivers. But shaman garments made from fish skin carried additional significance. The fish skin clothing represented the shaman's connection to the water realm and to the spirits that controlled fish abundance. By wearing fish skin, the shaman symbolically took on fish nature, becoming partially aquatic, able to navigate spiritual waters as fish navigate physical rivers. The shaman's fish skin clothing might be decorated with metal ornaments, beads, and painted designs representing spiritual helpers and the shaman's power. The clothing itself was believed to contain spiritual power accumulated through the shaman's practice. During ceremonies, particularly those involving fishing magic or river spirits, the shaman would wear the fish skin garments, the costume helping to facilitate trance states and communication with spirits. The fish skin suit transformed the shaman's body, marking it as different from ordinary human bodies, as a body that could cross boundaries and move between realms. The tradition reflected Conti understanding that fish were not simply food but spiritual beings that had to be respected and properly approached. Shamans negotiated with fish spirits to ensure that fish would continue to enter the rivers and allow themselves to be caught. If these relationships were not maintained through proper ritual and respect, the fish would disappear and the people would starve. The fish skin shaman suit was physical evidence of the intimate relationship between Conti people and the fish that sustained them, a relationship understood as reciprocal obligation rather than simple exploitation, where the shaman served as intermediary, wearing the skin of the beings whose generosity allowed human survival. The Nifk people, also called Gilyak, inhabit Sakhalin Island and the adjacent mainland coast in the Russian Far East. Like the Ainu, the Nifk practiced an elaborate bear ceremony, though with some distinct features. The Nifk Bear Festival involved capturing a bear cub and raising it within the village for several years. The cub would be kept in a cage but treated with honor and given good food. Children might play near the cage, and the bear was considered a sacred guest. When the time came for the festival, usually in winter, the entire community would participate in days of ceremony, feasting, and ritual. The bear would be brought out and paraded through the village while people sang, danced, and made offerings. Prayers would be spoken to the bear, thanking it for visiting, and explaining that it was time to return to the mountain realm where bears spiritually dwelt. The bear would then be killed, usually by shooting it with arrows from all directions, so that no single person bore sole responsibility. After death, the bear's body would be carefully processed. The meat was consumed in a communal feast, distributed according to specific rules. The skull and certain other bones were displayed with honor and later placed in special locations, often high in trees or on platforms, to return them symbolically to the sky or mountain realm. The ceremony served to honor the bear spirit and ensure that it would return to the spiritual world and speak favorably of the Nifk people. This would encourage other bear spirits to enter the physical world, meaning good hunting in future years. The bear festival also reinforced social bonds within and between Nifk communities. The labor of raising the bear, the resources required for the festival, and the complex ritual knowledge needed to perform it correctly all required community cooperation. The festival was a demonstration of cultural continuity and shared identity. For the Nifk, as for many northern peoples, bears were not just animals, but were closely related to humans, perhaps even ancestors or transformed humans. The careful ritual attention given to bears reflected this understanding. To simply kill and consume a bear without proper ceremony would be tantamount to murder and cannibalism, acts that would anger bear spirits and bring terrible retribution. Only through elaborate ritual could the killing be transformed into acceptable exchange, a gift of earthly life that the bear chose to give in exchange for honor and proper treatment. The Nifk Bear Festival continued into the Soviet era, but was suppressed by authorities who viewed it as primitive superstition. The practice largely ceased by the mid-20th century. Today, some Nifk cultural activists work to revive elements of traditional practices, though the full bear festival, with its raising and killing of bears, is not currently practiced. It remains in memory and documentation as one of the most elaborate examples of human-animal ritual relationships, where killing an animal required years of preparation, community-wide participation, and ceremonies that acknowledged the spiritual dimensions of the act, transforming necessity into sacred duty. The Wereo people inhabit the Orinoco Delta in Venezuela, living in a landscape of rivers, channels, and wetlands where canoes are essential for transportation and survival. The Wereo are sometimes called the boat people, and their entire way of life revolves around watercraft. Their canoes, traditionally carved from single large trees, are built with great skill and attention. But more than practical craft, canoes are understood as living beings that require spiritual care. When a new canoe is completed, it undergoes a blessing ceremony before it can be used. A shaman performs rituals to give the canoe a spirit, to awaken it and ensure that it will be swift, stable, and safe. Prayers and offerings are made to water spirits and to the spirit of the tree from which the canoe was carved. The canoe might be painted with protective designs or marked with symbols that represent the owner's family or spiritual helpers. Throughout its life, the canoe receives ritual attention. Before important journeys, offerings might be made to the canoe's spirit and to the water spirits who control the rivers. If a canoe capsizes or if accidents occur, rituals are performed to determine what offended the canoe or the water spirits and to make amends. Old canoes that can no longer be used are not simply discarded, but are given funerary rites, acknowledged for their service, and disposed of respectfully. The Wereo understanding of canoes as living beings reflects a broader worldview where the boundary between living and non-living is permeable. Objects that are intimately involved in human survival and that are shaped by human hands from natural materials are understood to have spirits or to participate in the realm of living things. The tree from which a canoe is carved gives its life to serve humans, and this gift creates obligations. The canoe must be treated well, maintained properly, and honored through ritual. In return, the canoe will serve faithfully, providing transportation, enabling fishing and travel, and keeping its occupants safe from the many dangers of the delta, including caimans, piranhas, and treacherous currents. The blessing of canoes is part of a larger Wereo tradition of blessing and maintaining relationships with all the tools and materials upon which life depends. Palm trees that provide materials for houses, fish traps, and fibers receive ritual attention. Fishing areas are approached with respect and offerings. The entire delta ecosystem is understood as populated with spirits that must be negotiated with, thanked, and carefully managed through ritual action. The Wereo relationship with their canoes exemplifies this worldview, where survival tools are not dead objects, but partners in survival, beings that deserve respect and reciprocal care in exchange for the service they provide. The Chumash people inhabited the coast of Southern California and the Channel Islands before European contact. They were master seafarers, building sophisticated plank canoes called tomals that were unique in North America. Most indigenous North American watercraft were dugout canoes or bark canoes, but the Chumash developed a technology of building boats from individual planks, drilled and tied together with plant fiber cordage, then sealed with natural asphalt. These tomals were fast, stable, and capable of traveling long distances across open ocean. The Chumash used them to travel between the mainland and the Channel Islands, to fish, to hunt sea mammals, and to trade. The construction of a tomal required specialized knowledge, held by a guild of canoe builders. Not anyone could build a tomal, and those who possessed the knowledge held privileged positions in Chumash society. The builders worked under ritual restrictions, following specific procedures and taboos. The completed tomal was blessed in ceremonies before its first voyage. Chumash society held annual tonal races, particularly between villages and between the mainland and island communities. These races were competitive events that demonstrated skill, courage, and the quality of the tomals. But they also had spiritual dimensions. The races honored the ocean and the beings that lived within it. They maintained relationships between communities separated by water, and they provided occasions for young people to meet and for marriages to be arranged between different Chumash groups. The tomal paddlers were specialists, trained from youth in the skills necessary to handle these swift craft in ocean conditions. They understood currents, winds, and weather. They knew how to read waves and navigate by sun, stars, and landmarks. This knowledge was essential for survival, as the waters between mainland and islands could be treacherous. The tomal races tested this knowledge in competitive contexts, identifying the most skilled paddlers and the best-built canoes. When Spanish colonization disrupted Chumash society, the tomal building tradition was lost. The last traditional Chumash tomals were built in the mid-19th century. For over a century, the knowledge seemed irretrievable. However, beginning in the late 20th century, Chumash people worked with archaeologists, historians, and boat builders to reconstruct tomal building techniques based on archaeological evidence and historical descriptions. New tomals were built, and Chumash people learned or relearned to paddle them. The tomal has become a powerful symbol of Chumash cultural revival and continuity. Annual crossings from the mainland to the islands are now performed, recreating ancient voyages and maintaining connection to traditional territories and practices. The revived tomal tradition represents not just boat building, but cultural resurrection, a tangible connection to ancestors and to a maritime way of life that defined Chumash identity for thousands of years. The Carib people inhabited the Lesser Antilles and parts of South America, and they developed a distinctive culinary and social tradition centered on a dish called pepper pot. Pepper pot was a permanent stew kept continuously simmering in a large clay pot, with new ingredients added regularly and portions removed for meals. The base of the stew included cassaripe, a thick black liquid made from boiled-down cassava juice, which acted as a preservative and gave the dish its characteristic flavor. To this base, various meats were added, including fish, game animals, and sometimes domesticated animals. Peppers, particularly hot varieties, were essential ingredients. The pepper pot could be maintained indefinitely, with some families claiming their pepper pots had been continuously cooking for generations, never allowed to go cold. The pepper pot served as the center of Carib hospitality and social life. When visitors arrived, they would be offered pepper pot. The host's generosity was demonstrated by the quality and abundance of the pepper pot, and by the willingness to share it freely. Important occasions, celebrations, negotiations, and diplomatic meetings all involved communal consumption of pepper pot. The continuous nature of the pepper pot meant that it accumulated history. The meat cooked yesterday mixed with the meat cooked last week and last month, creating layers of flavor and symbolically creating continuity across time. Feeding someone pepper pot meant feeding them something that connected to the past, to previous meals and previous visitors, creating bonds not just between individuals present, but linking them to all who had previously shared the pot. The pepper pot had spiritual dimensions. The fire that kept it simmering was sacred and was not allowed to go out. Letting the fire die meant letting the pepper pot die, which would break the continuity and dishonor the ancestors whose meals had contributed to the pot's accumulated essence. Women were primarily responsible for maintaining the pepper pot, tending the fire, adding ingredients, monitoring the cooking, and serving portions. This gave women important roles as keepers of continuity and managers of hospitality. The animals that went into the pepper pot were hunted or raised with the understanding that they would become part of this continuous cycle of feeding and social bonding. The pepper pot thus connected hunting, cooking, hospitality, social relationships, and temporal continuity into a single culinary tradition. European colonization decimated Carib populations and disrupted traditional practices. The Caribbean islands that bore the Carib name became dominated by European colonizers and enslaved Africans, with indigenous populations reduced to small remnants. The pepper pot tradition survived in modified forms in some areas, particularly in Guyana, where it remains a national dish, though often divorced from its indigenous origins and ritual significance. The few remaining communities of Carib descendants maintain some food traditions, but the continuous pepper pots that connected past and present, that transformed hunted animals into social bonds, that never went cold across generations, these have largely disappeared, their fires finally extinguished, their continuity broken by the catastrophic disruptions of colonization and cultural destruction. As human societies grew more complex, they developed systems of rules, prohibitions, and customs that often seem inexplicable to outsiders or to later generations. Some traditions were responses to specific historical moments that made sense in context, but became fossilized into ongoing practices. Others emerged from beliefs about spirits, witches, or supernatural forces that shaped behavior in ways that persisted long after the original beliefs faded. Still others represented cultural values or economic pressures that created elaborate systems of taboo and obligation. What follows are traditions that reveal the strange persistence of human customs, practices that continued for decades or centuries, shaping lives and communities, even when their original purposes had been forgotten or when they no longer served clear functions. These are the echoes of older ways of thinking, the lingering traces of worldviews that have mostly disappeared, surviving in fragments and odd customs that remind us how differently humans can organize reality. During the medieval period in Europe, animals were sometimes put on trial for crimes they had allegedly committed. These were not metaphorical or symbolic proceedings, but actual legal trials conducted in courts with judges, prosecutors, defense attorneys, witnesses, and formal procedures. Animals accused of causing human death or injury, or of damaging property, could be arrested, imprisoned, tried, and if found guilty, executed. The most common defendants were pigs, which in medieval villages often roamed freely and occasionally attacked children. When a child was injured or killed by a pig, the animal would be arrested, placed in jail, and formally charged with murder or assault. A trial date would be set, and the pig would be brought before a judge. A defense attorney would be appointed to represent the pig's interests. Witnesses would testify about the incident. The prosecutor would argue for conviction and punishment. The defense might argue that the pig was provoked, that it was not the pig that committed the act, or that circumstances mitigated the pig's guilt. The pig would be present during proceedings, though it naturally could not speak in its own defense. If convicted, the pig would be sentenced, often to death by hanging. The execution would be carried out publicly, sometimes with the pig dressed in human clothing to emphasize that it was being punished as a responsible moral agent. Other animals tried in medieval courts included bulls, horses, dogs, and even insects. In some cases, entire populations of pests, such as weevils destroying crops or rats infesting a town, would be collectively tried. Since the defendants could not appear in court, lawyers would argue on their behalf, and the court would issue formal orders demanding that the insects or rodents leave the area within a specified time or face excommunication from the church. These trials reflected medieval legal philosophy and theology. Animals were understood as capable of moral choice and therefore subject to justice. The trials also served social functions, providing formal mechanisms for dealing with tragic events, assigning blame in comprehensible ways, and demonstrating that authorities were taking action to protect the community. The practice gradually declined during the early modern period as evolving legal theory no longer treated animals as moral agents. The last recorded animal trials occurred in the 18th century. Today, the trials seem absurd, yet they reveal a worldview where the boundary between human and animal moral responsibility was different from modern understanding, where legal systems sought to impose order on a world that often seemed chaotic and dangerous, and where formal proceedings could transform tragedy into comprehensible narrative with clear villains, victims, and just resolution. even when the villain was a pig that had simply acted according to its nature. In the Netherlands during the 1630s, tulip bulbs became objects of intense speculation in one of history's first recorded financial bubbles. Tulips had been introduced to Europe from the Ottoman Empire in the 16th century and became fashionable luxury items. By the 1630s, demand for tulips, particularly rare varieties with unusual color patterns, had reached extraordinary levels. Tulip bulbs began to be traded not just as flowers, but as financial instruments. Futures contracts were written for bulbs that had not yet been grown. People mortgaged their homes to buy bulbs. Ordinary workers spent years of wages on single bulbs of rare varieties. At the peak of tulip mania, a single bulb of the Semper Augustus variety, which produced striking red and white striped flowers, could sell for more than 10 times the annual income of a skilled craftsman. Some bulbs were traded multiple times in a single day, with prices escalating rapidly. The speculation was not limited to wealthy merchants, but spread throughout Dutch society, with people from all classes participating in the tulip trade. The bubble burst suddenly in February 1637. Prices collapsed almost overnight. People who had invested fortunes found themselves holding bulbs worth a fraction of what they had paid. Many were financially ruined. The collapse created economic disruption and legal chaos, as contracts could not be fulfilled and debts could not be repaid. Tulip mania has been studied ever since as a cautionary tale about speculative bubbles, herd behavior, and irrational economic exuberance. Some historians have questioned whether the mania was as extreme as later accounts suggested, arguing that the most dramatic stories may have been exaggerated. Nevertheless, tulip mania remains a powerful example of how cultural fashions and social pressures can create collective behavior that seems, in retrospect, completely irrational. The tulips themselves were just flowers, yet they became vessels for human desires, status competitions, and financial dreams. The episode reveals how value is socially constructed, how objects can acquire worth far beyond their practical utility when they become symbols of wealth, taste, and social position, and how entire societies can become convinced that something worthless is priceless, at least until the moment when the collective delusion breaks and reality reasserts itself, leaving financial wreckage and historical puzzlement in its wake. Pitcairn Island in the South Pacific is famous as the refuge of the Bounty mutineers, British sailors who seized their ship in 1789 and eventually settled on the remote island with Tahitian companions. The tiny community that developed on Pitcairn maintained an unusual taboo related to breadfruit. Breadfruit had been central to the Bounty's original mission. The ship had been tasked with transporting breadfruit plants from Tahiti to the Caribbean to provide cheap food for enslaved people. Captain Bligh's alleged harsh treatment regarding breadfruit and other issues had contributed to the mutiny. After the mutineers settled on Pitcairn, breadfruit grew on the island, but a taboo developed against eating it. The reasons for this taboo are complex and somewhat speculative, as the historical record is incomplete. Some accounts suggest the taboo arose from association with the events that led to the mutiny, with breadfruit symbolizing the beginning of their troubles. Others suggest it was related to the violent conflicts that occurred among the settlers in the early years on Pitcairn, when most of the mutineers were killed in disputes, often related to competition over the Tahitian women. Breadfruit may have been symbolically associated with these traumas. Still, other interpretations suggest the taboo was practical, that other foods were preferred and breadfruit was avoided simply as a matter of taste or nutritional preference, but that this avoidance was later rationalized as taboo. Regardless of the origin, the taboo persisted for generations among the Pitcairn Islanders. Breadfruit trees grew on the island, but their fruit went largely unharvested. The prohibition became part of island culture, passed from parents to children as one of the rules that defined the community. The taboo eventually weakened in the 20th century as Pitcairn's population declined and as contact with the outside world increased. Today, Pitcairn Island has fewer than 50 permanent residents, and traditional practices have largely been replaced by modern ways. The breadfruit taboo has faded into historical curiosity, but it exemplifies how traumatic events can be encoded into food prohibitions, how symbolic associations can override practical considerations, and how small, isolated communities can develop idiosyncratic customs that persist long after the circumstances that created them have been forgotten, leaving only the prohibition itself, divorced from meaning, sustained by tradition alone. The Ifugao people of the northern Philippines are famous for their ancient rice terraces, carved into mountains and maintained for over 2,000 years. The Ifugao relationship with rice goes far beyond agriculture and involves elaborate spiritual beliefs and practices. Central to these practices are the bulol, carved wooden figures that serve as rice guardians. Bulol are carved from wood, usually depicting human figures in seated positions. They range in size from small figures that can be held in one hand to larger statues several feet tall. Each bulol is believed to house a rice spirit or to serve as a dwelling place for ancestral spirits that protect the rice crop. New bulol are carved by specialists and then ritually activated through ceremonies involving animal sacrifice, prayers, and offerings. Once activated, the bulol becomes a powerful spiritual object. Bulol are kept in homes, particularly in granaries where rice is stored. They are treated with great respect, offered portions of meals, particularly rice and meat from sacrificed animals. They are consulted through divination when decisions about planting or harvest need to be made. If the rice crop fails or if rats infest the granary, rituals are performed for the bulol to determine what has displeased the spirits and how to remedy the situation. The bulol may be bathed, anointed with pig blood, or given new offerings. In extreme cases, a bulol might be punished, scolded, or even temporarily removed from the granary to motivate it to better protect the rice. The relationship with bulol is reciprocal. The Ifugao family cares for the bulol, and in return, the bulol protects the rice that sustains the family. The carvings themselves become more powerful over time, accumulating spiritual energy through years or generations of ritual attention. Old bulol that have been in families for many generations are particularly treasured and are believed to be more effective than newly carved figures. When families fall on hard times, or when rice crops fail persistently, they may sell their bulol to others, believing that the spirit has withdrawn its favor. The buyer then performs ceremonies to transfer the bulol's allegiance to the new family. In recent decades, bulol have also become objects of interest to collectors and museums, which has created ethical complications. Removing bulol from their ritual contexts and selling them as art objects or artifacts is seen by traditional Ifugao as deeply problematic, potentially angering the spirits and disrupting the spiritual protection of rice crops. Nevertheless, economic pressures have led some Ifugao to sell family bulol, and these carved figures can now be found in collections worldwide, divorced from the rice granaries and ritual cycles that gave them meaning, transformed from active spiritual guardians into passive museum objects, their power drained by decontextualization. The Miwok people of Central California depended heavily on acorns as a staple food. Oak trees were abundant in their territory, and acorns provided reliable, storable calories. However, acorns contain high levels of tannins, which make them bitter and toxic if consumed without processing. The Miwok developed elaborate techniques for leaching these tannins out, rendering acorns edible and even pleasant tasting. The process began with gathering acorns in autumn when they fell from the trees. Different oak species produced acorns with different characteristics, and Miwok people knew which varieties required more or less leaching. The acorns would be shelled and the kernels ground into flour using stone mortars and pestles. Grinding was labor-intensive, often done by women working together, and could take hours to produce sufficient flour for a family. The ground acorn flour was then placed in specially prepared leaching basins, often made by hollowing out sand or by creating woven baskets lined with leaves. Water would be poured repeatedly over the flour, slowly washing away the tannins. The water would drain through the flour and the sand or basket lining, carrying the bitter tannins away. This process had to be done carefully and patiently. If leaching was insufficient, The resulting acorn meal would be bitter and could cause stomach upset. The entire process, from gathering to grinding to leaching, involved ritual knowledge and taboos. Certain prayers were said. Certain times were favorable for gathering. Certain individuals had rights to harvest from particular trees or groves. The oak trees themselves were honored as generous providers, and the first acorns of the season might be offered ritually before general harvesting began. After leaching, the acorn flour could be cooked into a nutritious mush or formed into cakes and cooked. Acorn mush was the foundation of the Miwok diet, supplemented with game, fish, and gathered plants. The elaborate processing of acorns demonstrates how humans can make use of resources that seem unpromising, transforming toxic nuts into staple foods through accumulated knowledge and patient labor. The ritual elements surrounding acorn processing reflected understanding that this food, so central to survival, required respectful treatment and proper procedures. The trees gave their acorns, but this gift had to be accepted properly, processed correctly, and consumed with awareness of the relationship between people and the oak forest that sustained them. Today, few people undertake the laborious process of acorn preparation, though some Miwok and other California Indians maintain the practice as cultural preservation and connection to ancestral foodways. The knowledge of how to properly leach acorns is disappearing, remembered by elders, but not widely transmitted to younger generations who have access to easier food sources. Yet the tradition represents thousands of years of accumulated wisdom about how to survive in California landscapes, how to transform the seemingly inedible into sustenance through knowledge and labor. The Cuna people live on islands off the coast of Panama and in adjacent mainland areas. Cuna women create elaborate textile art called mola, which uses a technique of reverse applique. Unlike typical applique, where pieces of fabric are sewn onto a background, reverse applique involves layering multiple pieces of fabric, then cutting away portions of the upper layers to reveal the colors beneath. The process creates intricate, multicolored designs. A typical mola might have 3 to 7 layers of fabric in different colors. The artist draws or imagines a design, then carefully cuts through the upper layers following the design, folding the edges under and stitching them to the layer below to create clean lines. Additional decorative elements might be added through embroidery or traditional applique. The finished mola features complex geometric patterns, stylized animals, plants, or increasingly, images from modern life such as airplanes, political figures, or commercial products. Molas are traditionally made in pairs and sewn onto the front and back of women's blouses, making them wearable art. The creation of molas is a distinctly female art form and skill. Girls learn from their mothers and grandmothers, starting with simple designs and progressing to more complex ones as they develop skill. A woman's ability to create beautiful molas affects her status within the community. The designs themselves sometimes carry meaning, representing clan affiliations, spiritual beliefs, or personal experiences, though many are primarily decorative. The mola tradition emerged in the mid-19th century after European traders brought scissors, needles, and cloth to Cuna territory. Before this, Cuna women decorated their bodies with painted geometric designs. When cloth became available, they transferred these designs to fabric, developing the reverse applique technique that became characteristic of mola. The tradition thus represents an interesting case of cultural adaptation, where traditional aesthetic preferences were expressed through new materials and techniques introduced through outside contact. Molas have become economically important, as tourists and collectors purchase them. This has created a market for mola art beyond its traditional use in clothing, with molas now made explicitly for sale rather than for wearing. This commercialization has changed some aspects of the tradition. Designs that appeal to tourists, particularly those depicting recognizable animals or incorporating bright colors, have become more common. The quality and complexity of molas vary widely, from quickly made tourist pieces to elaborate works of art that take months to complete. The mola tradition continues among Cuna women, maintaining cultural identity and providing economic opportunities while also adapting to market demands and modern contexts, demonstrating how traditions can be both preserved and transformed simultaneously. The Korowai people of Papua, Indonesia, live in remote rainforest and traditionally built their houses high in trees, creating elaborate treehouse dwellings that could be 30 meters or more above the ground. These structures were remarkable feats of engineering, built without metal tools or modern materials, using only materials from the forest. But the Korowai also practiced a form of ritual cannibalism related to beliefs about witches called kokua. The Korowai believed that kokua were people, usually men, who had been possessed by evil spirits that consumed them from the inside and turned them into witches who preyed on others. A kokua would maintain human appearance, but would secretly consume the life force of others, causing illness and death. When someone died from mysterious illness, Korowai would attempt to identify which person was the kokua responsible. This identification might come through dreams, through divination, or through accusations based on suspicions. Once a kokua was identified, he would be killed, and his body would be consumed by the community, particularly by family members of the person the kokua had allegedly killed. This cannibalism was understood not as murder, but as justified execution, and as a way to reclaim the life force the kokua had stolen. The practice of kokua accusations and revenge cannibalism had devastating effects on Korowai society, creating cycles of accusation, execution, and revenge that could tear apart communities. People accused of being kokua were sometimes those who were socially marginal, had disputes with others, or who were simply unlucky enough to be suspected when someone died. The Indonesian government and Christian missionaries worked to suppress the practice, and by the early 21st century, it had largely ceased. However, some anthropologists and journalists have questioned whether kokua cannibalism was ever as widespread as sensationalized accounts suggested, or whether it became more prominent in the context of colonial contact and social disruption. Regardless of the precise historical reality, the Korowai case demonstrates how beliefs about witchcraft and supernatural evil can create systems of accusation and violence that persist even when they undermine social cohesion. The witch, an invisible enemy who looks like a normal person, but who secretly causes harm, becomes a way to explain misfortune and to channel fear and anger towards specific targets. The consumption of the witch's body represents the ultimate destruction of evil and the restoration of balance, but it also perpetuates cycles of violence and suspicion that can be difficult to escape. The Selknam people, also called Ona, inhabited Tierra del Fuego at the southern tip of South America. Their traditional way of life was destroyed by European colonization, and the Selknam as a distinct people are now considered extinct, though some descendants survive. Before their destruction, the Selknam practiced an elaborate male initiation ceremony called the Hain. The Hain ceremony was a multi-month ordeal where young men were taken from their families and underwent intensive training and testing under the supervision of initiated men. But the Hain was also based on an elaborate deception. The initiated men would dress in costumes and body paint to impersonate spirits called Zalpan, Cloketon, and others. These spirit figures were terrifying, with elaborate masks, tall headdresses, and bodies painted in striking geometric patterns. The spirits would appear during the ceremony, threatening the initiates, chasing them, and testing their courage. Women and children were excluded from the Hain and were told that these were actual spirits, dangerous supernatural beings that men could barely control. The truth, known only to initiated men, was that these were simply men in costumes. The Hain served to maintain male dominance in Selknam society. By controlling the spirit masquerade, men created a mythology of male spiritual power that justified their authority over women. According to Selknam mythology, women had originally controlled the spirit masquerade and had used it to dominate men. But men discovered the deception, killed the women, and took control of the Hain for themselves. The mythology thus acknowledged that the Hain was a deception while simultaneously justifying it as necessary to prevent women from using the same technique to oppress men. The elaborate nature of the Hain, the detailed costumes, the coordination required among many men, and the careful maintenance of secrecy across generations, all represented an enormous cultural investment in sustaining a fiction that maintained gender hierarchy. Women who accidentally discovered the truth might be killed to preserve the secret. The Hain was documented by anthropologists in the early 20th century, just before Selknam culture collapsed entirely. The photographs of men in their elaborate spirit costumes are haunting, preserving the appearance of a tradition that was already dying. The Selknam genocide, carried out by European sheep ranchers who wanted to eliminate the indigenous people from lands they wished to use, destroyed not just lives but an entire cultural universe. The Hain ceremony, with its elaborate deceptions and its complex negotiations of power and gender, disappeared along with the people who performed it, leaving only photographs, ethnographic descriptions, and questions about how such elaborate fictions can be sustained, and what happens when the boundary between performance and reality becomes so blurred that the performed becomes more real than the reality it conceals. The Orca people, more properly known as Waorani or Waorani, inhabit the Amazon rainforest of eastern Ecuador. They were relatively isolated until the mid-20th century and maintained traditional practices longer than many other Amazonian groups. Among their marriage customs was a practice involving owl monkeys. These small nocturnal primates were caught and kept as intermediaries in marriage negotiations. When a young man wished to marry, his family would catch an owl monkey and keep it. The family of the young woman he wished to marry would also catch an owl monkey. The two monkeys would be brought together and observed. If the monkeys got along well, this was interpreted as a favorable sign that the marriage would be harmonious. If the monkeys fought or showed aggression toward each other, this suggested the marriage would be troubled and might be called off. The monkeys thus served as proxies, testing compatibility and providing a way to make marriage decisions that seemed based on objective observation rather than subjective preference or family pressure. After the compatibility was established or rejected, the monkeys would be released or sometimes kept as pets for a time. The practice reflects Waorani beliefs about connections between humans and animals, where animal behavior could provide insight into human relationships. It also provided a face-saving mechanism for calling off marriage negotiations, rather than directly rejecting a proposal and potentially creating conflict between families. The incompatibility of the monkeys could serve as an impersonal reason to end discussions. The Waorani have experienced dramatic changes since sustained contact with outside society began in the 1950s, following the famous killing of 5 American missionaries who attempted to contact them. The Waorani were portrayed in Western media as savage killers, but later understanding revealed that the killing occurred in a complex context of Waorani defensive reactions to threats and misunderstood intentions. Since then, oil exploration, missionary activity, and encroachment on their territory have fundamentally altered Waorani life. Many traditional practices, including owl-monkey marriage negotiations, have largely ceased as the Waorani have become more integrated into Ecuadorian national society, and as traditional marriage practices have given way to different customs influenced by outside cultures. The Navajo people of the southwestern United States practice a ceremony called the Enemy Way, or NIDA, which is performed to heal individuals who have been exposed to foreign influences or who are suffering from spiritual contamination acquired through contact with death, enemies, or certain dangerous situations. The ceremony is particularly associated with healing Navajo who have served in the military and been exposed to the violence and death of warfare, though it can be used for other forms of spiritual contamination. The Enemy Way is an elaborate ceremony lasting several days and involving the extended family and community. A medicine man, called a Hatalii, conducts the ceremony following precise traditional procedures that have been passed down through generations. The ceremony involves construction of special structures, creation of sand paintings, singing of hundreds of ceremonial songs that must be performed in the correct order, and participation of the entire community. The person being healed, called the one sung over, undergoes ritual purification and is symbolically attacked and defended against enemy ghosts or harmful influences. A key element involves the capture and ritual treatment of an enemy token, traditionally a piece of clothing or object associated with an enemy, though in modern practice this might be symbolically represented. The ceremony concludes with a communal all-night sing and a ceremonial attack on the enemy camp, a symbolic structure set up for this purpose. The enemy way serves multiple functions. It provides healing for individuals suffering from trauma, particularly combat trauma, by ritually cleansing them of the death and violence they have witnessed or participated in. It reintegrates the individual back into Navajo society and harmony after exposure to foreign and potentially contaminating experiences. It reinforces Navajo identity and values through the elaborate performance of traditional ceremonies. And it provides social support through the involvement of family and community in the healing process. The Navajo concept of health and illness is holistic, understanding that physical symptoms often have spiritual causes and that healing requires addressing spiritual disharmony. The enemy way addresses specifically the disharmony caused by contact with death and violence, restoring the individual to a state of hozo, harmony or balance. The ceremony continues to be practiced today, adapted to address modern situations while maintaining traditional forms. Navajo veterans of wars from World War II through recent conflicts in the Middle East have undergone enemy way ceremonies to heal from combat trauma. The persistence of this tradition demonstrates how indigenous healing practices can address problems, such as what modern medicine calls PTSD or moral injury, that are timeless despite changing historical contexts, and how traditional knowledge can remain relevant and effective even in contemporary situations that would seem far removed from the circumstances in which the practices originally developed. As we reach the end of this journey, through 100 of history's strangest traditions, we find ourselves in a curious position. We have traveled from the earliest human settlements to practices that persisted into living memory, from Catalhoyuk's vulture burials to Navajo healing ceremonies still performed today. We have witnessed humans binding feet, shrinking heads, eating ants, jumping from towers, possessing spirits, and maintaining relationships with the dead that defied all boundaries between past and present. These traditions emerged from every corner of the world, from every climate and landscape, from tiny isolated islands to vast continental empires. They involved pain and celebration, death and birth, violence and tenderness, the sacred and the profane. What they share is a profound strangeness when viewed from outside their original contexts, a strangeness that forces us to confront how radically different human societies can be from one another, how varied the solutions to universal human problems can become, and how what seems natural and obvious in one time and place can seem bizarre or incomprehensible in another. Yet perhaps the deepest lesson is not the strangeness itself, but what lies beneath it. Every tradition described here made sense to the people who practiced it. Every ritual served purposes, whether practical, spiritual, social, or psychological. Every custom that seems bizarre to us was simply normal life for those who grew up within it, as unremarkable to them as our own daily routines are to us. The foot binding that seems cruel was beauty. The head shrinking that seems grotesque was spiritual necessity. The pain endurance that seems masochistic was proof of worth. The animal trials that seem absurd were justice. We are not more rational than our ancestors, only differently rational, shaped by different circumstances and different stories about how the world works. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps carry this thought, that human beings are endlessly creative in finding meaning, that suffering can be transformed into achievement, that death can become a doorway rather than an ending, that the body can be canvas and the community can be cathedral, and that there is no single correct way to be human, but rather thousands of ways, each one an experiment in consciousness, each one an attempt to make meaning from the raw material of existence. The traditions fade, the practitioners die, the rituals cease, but the fundamental human impulse they represent, the need to mark transitions, to honor forces beyond ourselves, to bind communities through shared experience, to transform the ordinary into the sacred. This impulse remains constant beneath all the astonishing variety. connecting us to ancestors who painted themselves blue and filed their teeth and danced through fire, reminding us that we too are strange, that our normal is someone else's incomprehensible, and that this great diversity of human expression is not a problem to be solved, but a gift to be acknowledged as consciousness finally releases its hold and sleep arrives at last. Good night, and have a great, relaxing sleep.